Okay, HTC, we are already in week 7. Can you believe it? How quickly the time has flied by. Week 7, we're going to kick this off strong. Now, of course, we're going to wait a few minutes, let people roll on in slowly as, Zoom takes a little bit time because we have so many students rolling on in for the graduation class. As always, congratulations, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're still rolling on in. By the way, for those of you who do not recognize this voice or know me, my name is Vikas Kapil. I'm your community manager. I'll be here hanging out with you guys for your graduation class. Now, I want to make sure you guys can hear me loud and clear. Drop a yes in the chat below. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. And I'm not talking to myself. All right, perfect. I can see everyone. See, the chat is going crazy. Absolutely love it. Now, of course, time just flies by. Every single season, time just flies by. From week 1 to week 7, how was your journey? How did you transform? How did you change? Now I'm curious, in one word, tell us your experience with HTC. Sum it in one word. I know that's hard, but sum it up in one word. Phenomenal, expanding, transformational, confident, immaculate, evolutionary, epic, fun, money, mind-blowing, amazing, boom, and the list goes on. Now, as you can see, from week 1 to week 7, a huge transformation. How many of you have actually changed, become someone different? Not only become someone different, but you feel different. There's something different in the air. You look at the world differently. It's more of an optimistic view. You realize that, yeah, I can do this. I can take on the world. I can do so much more with the skills that Sifu Danlock has given me. I can achieve my goals and my dreams. Now, with that power, of course, comes responsibility, but we'll dive into that later in class. Now, I want to know, where is everyone from? What country are you representing? For myself, I'm representing Vancouver, Canada, in beautiful British Columbia. Let's take a look. We got Singapore, USA, yes, Belgium, Austria, California, Melbourne, yes, okay, sweet. USA, wow, chat's go too fast. Germany as well, beautiful. India, perfect. As you can see, our global family is consistently growing and expanding every day, and we get to share this journey with you. Now, of course, we are joined by one of our master closers, also located in Vancouver, British Columbia, the Sergeant Desmond Soon. Sergeant Desmond Soon, are you with us?
I absolutely am. This is graduation class, week 7. Class, are you ready? But guess what? This is not the end. This is only just the beginning. All you need to do is just reach out to one of your brothers and sisters, someone who has gone before you, someone who emptied their cup, someone who was in your place just not too long ago, and ask them, how are they doing now? Was the 7 weeks just the beginning and was it the end? Or was it a way to change your life forever? Many of you have already been seeing those results. We've been tracking it. We've been following. Sifu sees everything. So guess what? We've had an epic season. These have been some of the best classes ever. If you take this knowledge, if you don't let it die down, if you implement this, the promise we made to you at class 1 will come true. You will never be the same. You will never look at money the same. You will have an unlimited, infinite skill to be able to control and have all the things that you ever wanted because you have the confidence, the financial confidence to generate that income. Nothing's holding you back. No more lower self. You all know that. So this evening, get prepared. I hope you are dressed up in HTC style. This is what it's all about. Because we are excited. We are going to be bringing on, we're going to be talking about all the different things that you can apply. You're going to see the proof if you haven't already believed it. You're going to see the results and what is possible for you. And I certainly hope that you've already started to implement. If that's you, You can actually feel proud for yourself. In fact, do me a favor, stick your right hand up over your left shoulder and give yourself a pat on the back. The attendance, Vikas, how has it been? Does it look like we are going to get there? Does it look like we are on track to unlock Class 8?
It's close. It's close. So if you guys could do me a favor, if you want to guarantee this spot, make sure you are tagging your brothers and sisters. They are here with us live to make sure we get this completed and we are set to, because, hey, you never know, Desmond. People show up, but if they don't stick to the end, then it doesn't count.
Exactly. I'm looking at the numbers. I'm seeing the attendees, and it's trickling. It's going up. It's up. I mean, it is probably bigger than it's ever been. And we have some of you who are joining us again. And that's good. Welcome back. I'm telling you, tonight is going to be epic. Seafood Unlock has something to announce to each and every one of you that has never been announced before. So you are in the right place at the right time. We have a lot to cover. Turn off all distractions. Be focused. Be very, very focused. This is very important for you and your families. So let's get the energy going. Let's bring to the stage our mentor, your mentor, Sifu Dan Lok.
HTC, this is graduation class. You made it here. Now, this is a very, very special class because I personally invite a lot of the graduates from the previous season to join this particular class. Why? Because for those of you who have followed Steve for a long time, who've been with me for a long time, HTC is very different today compared to even 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years ago. There's been a lot of development, a lot of things that you may or may not realize and you may not know. And so Steve has some very amazing news, some pretty important updates that I do not want you to miss. This is why I invite you to be here, join us, participating. And it's a very different even for a class 7 compared to a few seasons ago. And you'll see. Now, for some, this will be a reminder. What would it be? A reminder why you joined HTC in the first place. For some, maybe this will be a trigger for you to reignite that drive, the passion, the fire in the belly that you once had when you first joined HTC. For some, maybe you lost focus a little bit. Maybe the lower self kicked in a little bit. That you aren't practicing as much that you want to. You aren't participating as much. This class will help you. It's going to be a big class. We've already upgraded the bandwidth to make sure that we don't crash the server, and there's still a chance that we might crash because with so many graduates and the new season joining us, you can see how many of you can see the chat is kind of going a little bit crazy here, right? That's the HTC crash right there. It's blowing up. That's what we're gonna do. Now it's very special, and tonight, just so you know, this particular season we've had some record-breaking class. We've had a 6-hour class. We had a 7-hour fucking class. This is, I have to say, the best season we've ever done. It is on fire. It is on fire. We were doing role play. We were doing different types of role play. We were sharing new ideas. He was sharing some pretty powerful secrets that they just weren't covered in the previous season because of the new development. You'll see in just in a while, in a few hours, what some of those new developments are. So who is ready? Put in the chat. So graduation class, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the fastest and easiest way to a 6-figure income and beyond as a high-ticket closer. I want to take a minute to thank the team behind HTC, our community behind Team Dan Lok. Now we've grown, including our closers in training, our internal closers, our Team Dan Lok. We've now grown to almost 200 people. We are a global organization and we're still growing and we're just getting started. So I want to take a moment to just thank the team of making everything happen, because so that Sifu could do what I do best and what I love the most is to teach. But how many of you recognize there's a lot of work that needs to be done behind the scenes, right? For support, a round of applause for support, right? Community, even little things like getting the certificate, getting the t-shirt to you, make sure that you get it. And there's just like, how many of you recognize there's a lot going on behind the scenes in order for us to teach you and equip you with the skill of high ticket closing. So without a team, there will be Sifu. Sifu cannot do what we do, and there will be no HTC. So I want to thank them. I definitely want to very much show my appreciation, because really it's because the great people, although Sifu is the personal brand, is the personality, but it's my name on the door, but it's not one person. There's so many people to thank, and for them to contribute to our mission so that we could do this. So thank you, Team Dan Lok. Now, before you graduate, so you may be wondering, how many have some of these questions in mind, right? A new season. Does high ticket closing really work? Can I actually do this? Or would HTC work for me? Even though you are wearing that cape, you are declaring to the world, to the universe, I am a high ticket closer, but in the back of your mind, you still have a little bit of that doubt. Like, how many are a little bit scared? Now this is class 7. It's graduation. That, oh my goodness, now what's going to happen now, right? Would I be able to make it, right? And here's what I believe, that the sign of a great teacher is someone who brings out the best in every one of his students. Is absolutely committed to seeing each student surpass him in passion, dedication, and excellence. I could not be more proud. I would love to be able to see that someday one of you, 2 of you, 3 of you, 10 of you, 100 of you can surpass what he was created to be a better leader, to be a better closer. I would love to share the spotlight with you, to feature you, to celebrate you, to give you the stage as we grow. That HTC, how many of you realize that HTC is no longer it's not just about one person. It's not just about Sifu, the mentor. It's much bigger than that. It's more global than that. So Sifu is always the one that ignites the spark, the facilitator. But what I want to do is to bring out, to elevate and grow leaders, because we could not do what we do by just one person's effort. How many of you agree with that, right? It's not one person. It's not even 10 people. It's not 100 people. It's not, 1,000 people to do what we do, to live up to that mission. We need a lot of good people. We need a lot of great people. And I'm training very much a generation of closers and leaders, passing down the torch so that you could go out there in, who knows, a couple years to lead the new generation of students and closers, and see if we can focus on even more important projects to be able to bring more opportunities, to bring more abundance, to bring more wealth to the community. Does that make sense? That's the vision. That's the vision. This is why I'm spending so much time, and why this season we have the record-breaking class. Why we spend so much time. How many of you could see that each class I'm here with you, that I give 110%? There's no, oh yeah, let me do the minimum, let me do the 2-hour class, I'm out of here, that's it. I'm very, very passionate about your success, and I'm here to support you. Team Unlock is here to support you. There's nothing makes me happier. When I see the boom in a Facebook group, when I hear your story, when I see your video, that gives what I do meaning. That gives what I do meaning. So I want to share some story with you from our students.
Mike Merez. Boom! I'm from season 13, just started role playing this week, and today I closed a 2-call marketing consulting package at $3,500. This will be the most I've ever been paid for the 2 hours of my time. Role playing with my accountability group this week definitely had an impact, and I noticed myself diving deeper and letting the prospect do the work as I asked the questions. Thanks everyone, and so stoked to be here.
How many of you would love to make $3,500 in 2 hours? How many people out there work the entire month and don't make $3,500? And it's through role playing, through applying a skill. It's nothing magical. In fact, it's very mechanical. Follow the steps, do the assignments. Don't worry about getting it perfect. Progress inch by inch. 1 inch at a time. Don't compare. Don't compare. Maybe your first sale is $35 of commission. Is that okay? Maybe it's $350. Is that okay? There's no one to compete. Don't compete with anybody except yourself. The only person you need to compete with is yourself. The only question you need to ask yourself is, am I better today compared to last week? Am I better today compared to 2 weeks ago? Am I better today compared to 7 weeks ago? Am I better today compared to a year ago? That's it. No more than that.
Tyler Moon. So guys, I have big news today. As many of you know, I'm a member of season 13. The course hasn't even begun yet. But about 4 hours ago, I got my first boom! Almost 3,000 boom closed in under 30 minutes. First call with about 4 emails beforehand. I wanted to say something very important. So listen up. I wanted to personally thank Sifu Danlock for creating this incredible platform. If the Facebook group is this good, I can't even imagine how life-changing the course is going to be. I wanted to thank Chris Gambro for helping me to have the clarity to see past my excuses and limiting beliefs. You've really helped show me that I deserve more and that now is always the time to change my life. And lastly, I wanted to thank all you wonderful people on the Facebook group for being so supportive and helpful. We truly are a family. So even if your real family doesn't support what you're doing, we always will, because we're going to do the same place: freedom and mastery. Bonus, when the client says, okay, I'm ready to buy, all of the time, work, struggle, and even pain it took to get there won't matter. In fact, it will be worth it.
How many of you believe you deserve more? How many of you believe that this is the time to change your life? Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to be smooth selling? No. It's just going to be worth it. Anything worthwhile in life, you got to work for it. It doesn't fall on your lap. It doesn't fall on your lap. But at the end, when you arrive, you'll look back and you'll realize all of that is worth it.
Samantha Bristow. 2 booms in 2 days. Keep reading to get the booms. I want to share with my fellow HTC brothers and sisters that attending the live classes and putting in work really works. Even on Halloween, I was resourceful and grabbed my Bluetooth headset, logged onto my phone, and attended the class and gave my kids 30 minutes to do all the trick-or-treating they wanted. We were back home by 6:30 to take all my notes and all for all the role plays. This class is one I am very grateful for. I did not miss. Definitely the best one yet. Yesterday, I got a $3,000 boom, followed by another $3,000 boom. I really want to thank all my HTC brothers and sisters for all their comments and likes. It really inspires me to keep going and keep sharing my booms. I also have to give a shout out to my family for being extremely supportive during my classes while I'm putting in all of my HTC work.
It is so easy when you are getting booms and then suddenly we stop doing what works. Do you recognize that that is a form of self-sabotage when things just get a little bit too good? It sounds too good to be true. It sounds too easy. It cannot be that easy, right? Oh no, I used to work work hard, making minimum wage. And suddenly I'd make a phone call and I make more money in an hour than I used to make in a week, in 2 weeks. It's just hard to compute. And then your lower self kicks in. Well, how long would this last? Will I be able to sustain this? Or is it just luck? Maybe I'm not that good. Maybe it's not who I am.
All right, this one's really special, Sifu, because we actually met Hugh in person as well. So, dear sisters and brothers of HTC, I'm Hugh Mai. I'm a software engineer. Today, I will share my story, how I joined HTC and my first boom in 2020. How do I know about HTC and Sifu? Well, I joined Season 14 HTC when I met Sifu and the HTC family in Sydney, and Desmond challenged me to earn $10,000 before Season 14 even starts in January 2020. At that time, when I decided to join HTC, there are many people, including my parents, girlfriend, my business partners, told me it is a scam and I was wasting $10,000 for nothing. But after I joined HTC family, I know that the high ticket closing skill is exactly what I need to have in my life, and I would like to prove to other people that I will earn more than the amount of money that I invested in the HTC program. I think the network of successful closers on the HTC is one of the most valuable things of the HTC program. I did some role plays and Discord and in person with other closers and learned a lot of lessons from them. My first boom in 2020. Yesterday, I had a phone call with one of my clients to convince them to buy one of our new software products. And the most challenging thing is they rejected to do the 3 months ago. However, after joining HTC family, I learned a lot of skills and tips to close the deal on the phone. So I told my partners to lay out all the questions that we need to ask them to make them think in the way that we want them to think. This time, I focused on listening to their problems and their vision for their business in 2020. And I also chose the words very carefully. Instead of saying, do you want to buy? I focused on their worry if they won't own their product this year. When I heard from them that, let's do it, I knew I got the deal. And they told us that they can use their money that we are managing for them in another project to invest in our new project. Thanks to the support from HTC family and the valuable lessons that I learned in videos from Sifu, my net income from sales already hit to more than 10,000 after 2 months. Can't wait to learn more valuable lessons in the season 14 of HTC program. We are very proud of you, Hugh.
So Desmond, challenge Hill to make 10K before the class even starts. Most would think that's impossible. What kind of program could get you a boom before it even starts? When you joined HTC, how many of you had access to the HTC pre-training materials? Is that just like a couple short lessons, or is it a huge amount of value, a lot of gifts to prepare you, to get you ready before you even start? And for some, without even before getting into the core HTC program, producing results, applying, taking action.
All right, Jenny. First boom in only week 3. Still speechless and jet lagged. This is my new expansion side business in Thailand. My takeaway is I must use the gem chart to those CEOs next time. And loads to be improved for my closing skills, but I got it passed by this time. Next time will be more of conviction closing. Question: how can I count the commission dollars as in my own business? Thank you, Sifu.
So the question is, what other training programs, what other mentorship programs in the world produce such inspiring success stories every single fucking day? So the question again, let's circle back. Does HTC work? Does HTC work? The answer is it doesn't. HTC doesn't work if you don't role play. HTC doesn't work if you're not coachable. HTC doesn't work if you're not willing to empty your cup. HTC doesn't work if you're not willing to accept your new identity as a high-tier closer. And HTC doesn't work if you're not willing to give and contribute to the community. And HTC doesn't work if you're not applying what you learned. Works for some, doesn't work for others. And what other mentor in the world could transform students' lives in such a profound way? And this is not coming from a place of arrogance. So if you're saying, regardless of the race, regardless of the age, regardless of the background, regardless of where they're from, regardless of their upbringing. How many could see that we have produced successful closers from all walks of life? And are most of the successful closers, the booms that you see, are they professional salespeople to begin with? Do they have a lot of sales experience from the past? Are they naturally just charismatic and good? Are they like totally like just like very articulate? All walks of life. We now have graduates, HTC family, in over 151 countries. It's a big part of the planet. 151 countries. So if someone says to me, oh, Sifu, it doesn't, I don't know if it works for my country. It probably doesn't. You're probably one of the exceptions outside 151 countries. It must be. It must be. Oh, see, I'm only 20 years old. Right. Yes. We don't have any 20 years old that are closing sales. Sifu, I'm 65. Yeah, we don't have any 65 closing sales. I don't care about your background. I don't care your upbringing. I don't care where you're from. None of that matters. Our HTC family now has closed over $34.2 billion globally. That is sales that we have been able to generate for companies and brands and organizations that they could not have generated. It wasn't for your skill. If it wasn't for your skill. And you know what's very, very crazy? This is a small number. We're just scratching the first surface. We're just beginning. This is nothing. Why not 100? Why not 200? Why not 500 billion? Why not a trillion? Just numbers. That's the power of having a community. That's the power of working together. One plus one equals 10. Write this down. 1 plus 1 equals 10. It's not that 1 plus 1 equals 2. When we have the power of the community, the compound effect, the share intelligence, and you'll see some of these things that Steve was going to share with you. So, how many of you joined HTC in the beginning and you thought that you're going to learn some sales techniques? You're going to learn how to handle some objections and close. And how many of you now in class 7, you recognize, for those who are getting it, that HTC is much more than that. And how many of you also realize that HTC is not something that you do, it is something that you are? That it is a way of thinking. That high-tech closing is a way of being, and high-tech closing is a way of life. If you are a high-ticket closer only when you're on the phone, you're missing the point. When you are talking with other people, when you're interacting with other people, when you're talking with your spouse, your partner, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your parents, your kids, your grandparents, you're closing all the time. Doesn't mean you have to sell something. Doesn't mean a transaction has to take place. It simply means that you're being the best communicator that you could be. You're being the best listener that you could be. You're being the best at asking the right questions that you could be. You're becoming a better version of yourself. And because when you are a better version of yourself, you are a better closer. It is simply an expression of the new you through closing techniques. It's not how many of you understand now? It's not about closing techniques. Remember, in the beginning, you thought, oh, week 1, week 2, Sifu, give me the script. Just give me the script, Sifu, I'm ready to go. Please give me the script. How many of you now recognize the script is kind of pretty fucking useless? Now, when you role play, right? It's like going in a chess game with a predetermined plan with a script. Forget it. You can't flow. You don't flow like water when you're with a script. Then everybody in the sales world is talking about, oh, it's all about the script. They're fucking idiots. is such a low level way of closing. Give me the script. If it is a script, just photocopy some. Just photocopy a whole bunch, give everybody a few pages. Everybody is a closer then. Then we would have so many great closers in the world. But do we? No. No. It's a rare commodity. It's a very rare talent. And it will continue to be a rare talent. This is why we're in demand. Because in order to do high ticket closing, it requires you to become that better version of yourself. And it's not easy. How many of you in the last few weeks, it wasn't so easy for you? Role playing, doing assignments, following through. It wasn't easy. So through this process, how many of you discover your lower self, your limiting beliefs, your own negative flaws, and how to overcome them? You transform who you are from a core level and not a service level. This is why the booms that you see, the stories that you see, it is never about the closing. If it's all about closing, then all you would see is I use this line and I got this result. Are those the stories that you see every day in Facebook group? No, it's never about the mechanic. You notice that? Why? Because the result of the close, the commission, the money, it's all byproduct of you have changed. It's an expression of that. That's it. Because otherwise, you would see if it's about a script, the video that you see, the post that you see would be, oh, I used the script on page 3, and I used this particular technique, and I closed that sales. Is that what you see? No. It's always about, hey, I overcome this. I'm doing it this way. I was like that, and here are the results I produced. That's the amazing thing. See if it's shifting you from a core level, not from a service level. Deep work. Would you agree? We're doing some pretty deep work here. And you simply cannot and will not look at your life the same way and go back to being normal or average. Doesn't mean you won't lose focus. Doesn't mean you won't get off track. Well, see if we're saying it. You cannot and will not look at your life the same way and go back to being normal and average. The class one we talked about. There's no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, the HTC pill, right? I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. How many of you are shocked how deep the rabbit hole is? And you thought, yeah, I'm ready. See if I'm ready. And holy shit, hang on to my head. This is I know it's deep, but this is not what I expected here. I thought you were going to give me some script. Just a few more pages of script. And how deep it goes. And there's always another layer, and another layer, and another layer. So now you've seen the matrix. And what has seen cannot be unseen. How many understand that? What has seen, once you've seen the green code, once you see how the world actually works, not how you perceive it to work in the past, or how other people want you to believe it works, how it actually works. Once you see it, it cannot be unseen. That's the problem. It's the good news, it's the bad news. Because before you could kind of not pay attention, you didn't know. Just like people in the system, in the matrix, that they think that, yeah, this is just life. What they didn't know, they're in a system. Didn't seem to be a problem before. It was okay. Once it recognized all this thing is an illusion, then they're like, damn. So now you have no excuses. You can no longer say, oh, I don't know how. Do you now know how the model works? You cannot say, well, I've never had the opportunity. You now have the opportunity. You can't say, I don't know what to do. Do you know what to do? You can't say, oh, I never had this support. Do you now have the support of a global community? Oh, I never had a mentor. I never had the right mentor. Can you say that anymore? You can no longer use these excuses. The question is, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Go back to the matrix? Go back to be average? Go back to your identity, your old identity? So this class, we are going to talk about the 7 money secrets from the highest pay closers in the world. For my graduates, my mentees from the previous season, especially if you're a few seasons before, this is a very different class. I could promise you this is a very different class. It is not what you expected. In fact, you won't be able to think about and anticipate some of these things I'm going to share with you. So for some, if you've gone through class 7, empty your cup. Empty your cup. High ticket money secret number 1. You are in the business to make money today. You're in the business of making money when? Today. When? Today. There's no tomorrow when it comes to high ticket closing. You need to get a commitment and order contract of payment today and get off the phone. Now, it doesn't mean sometimes that we don't utilize multiple phone calls to close a bigger deal, but we strive to close the sale within 1 call. If it's not 1 call, the next call, it is still a commitment for the next call. We don't just let prospects get off the hook and say, oh yeah, I'll call you back. We'll see. I'll talk to my partner. We want some kind of commitment. And high ticket closing takes you to that happy place. Where's the happy place? It's called a bank. It's called a bank. Now here, can you hear this? It has a stack of US dollar bill here with me. It's about $10,000 wrapped in a rubber band. Cash. Smells good. It smells good. Imagine making this every month. every month. 10K. Patience is never a virtue for a high ticket closer. It's not a virtue for high ticket closer. We need to close that sale.
Tamer Shahar, my first boom. Had to try out what Sifu teaches in real life and ended up closing $1,000 in 10 minutes of calls. Wanted to express my gratitude.
Just trying it out. Just try out some stuff. $1,000, 10 minutes. $1,000 in 10 minutes. If that's not superpower, I don't know what is. Imagine telling your friends and family and people around you, oh yeah, I just closed $1,000 in 10 minutes. I made $1,000 in 10 minutes. What would they say to you? You're lying, you're bullshitting, you're selling drugs, right? Are you scamming people? What are you doing? Now you go to tell them and say, you know what? Man, I worked the whole fucking 1 hour and I made minimum wage. I don't know, $10. What would they say to you? Same here. Oh my God. Good job. That's life. Love you. You're a hustler. That sounds more like it. You can see how fucked up our society is. It's unbelievable. So don't let your prospects get away with excuses, and don't let your prospects rob themselves of a better future and bigger possibility. When you hear objections such as, I need to think about it, I need to talk to my spouse, do you have any referrals, call me back next month, send me more information in an email, I'll start later. All these things are the lower self talking. It's not true. It is not true. So when you don't close, when you're afraid to nudge, when you're afraid to push, when you're afraid what people think of you, when you're afraid that, oh, that might come across a bit too aggressive. And I'm not saying you have to be aggressive. We're not aggressive. We're intelligent. But you cannot have fear hold you back. So you have to understand, to help them, you have to sell them. You are not helping nobody. Do you understand? You are not helping nobody when you don't sell them. When you let your personal feelings, emotions get in the way of closing, you are ripping people off. I'll say that one more time, Pearl. You are ripping people off when you don't close the sale. You are robbing them. You are taking advantage of them. You are ripping them off. You are ripping their family off. You are robbing them of a better future and a bigger possibility because you project your insecurities onto them. Because you and I both know, if they don't take action now, chances are, guess what? They'll never take action. How many of you agree with that? They will give you the most logical, beautiful reasons why they can't do it. And you know it. They don't take action. Where are they going to be a year from now? Where are they going to be 2 years from now? You think anything would change? You think they won't struggle anymore? You think they think they won't have this problem anymore? So can we not be so selfish? Can we be more selfless and actually close the sale? You're being selfish when you don't close the sale. Closing is not something you do to a prospect. It is always something you do for a prospect because they don't know any better. They don't even know what is good for them, for their family. It takes a high-tech closer to paint a picture, to share with them the possibility, the vision, because they don't know. They just don't. We got to help them see it. So close or be closed. Either you close them on why they're buying or they close you on why they're not buying. And what will happen if they don't buy? Tell me. Nothing. Nothing. The problems won't go away. It won't go away. Because if it would have, the problems would have gone away, it would already go away. Now, does that mean if they move forward, they make a purchase, they make a decision, they buy, does that mean 100% that everything is going to change for them? Can you guarantee 100% that the product, the service, the program will 100% without fail work for them? No. But there's a chance it will. There is a chance. Then why don't we give people that chance? Let them choose. We all need a chance from time to time. So as a high-tech closer, the best way to help someone is to close them on something. Because when there's no skin in the game, there's no game. The more they pay attention. If they're financially committed, there's just a chance they will do something about it. Unless there's some money on the line, they will never do anything. They could say all they want. They won't do anything because it is human nature not to do anything. It's in our DNA. We're creatures of habits. We don't like to change. How many recognize that? People don't like to change. We're comfortable. We stay within our comfort zone. We get complacent very easily. Unless they're doing something outside the comfort zone, unless they're making that commitment, unless it's kind of like a bit of a stretch. That's what high tech comes in. It hurts a little bit. It needs to sting a little bit. Otherwise, it's like, what's the big deal? When the moment you think what's the big deal, nothing's going to change. We need them to think this is a big fucking deal. And how to make sure that they know this is a big fucking deal when the investment is big. And they take it seriously. Many years ago when I just started doing Libre consulting, and people would ring me up and I would go meet with them. And I would spend hours with them. Not charge anything. Fuck, I'll even buy the lunch. Because I thought maybe I'll impress them with how smart I am, how great my ideas are. Then maybe they'll hire me. Nobody ever hired me. Ever. When I did that. And guess what? Not only they didn't hire me, they didn't do shit. They didn't do anything that suggested. There's no skin in the game. And now seafood charges $10,000 US per hour. Do you think if someone invests, and I don't need the fucking money, if someone invests $10,000 an hour with seafood, let's say pretend you invest $10,000 with seafood. You sit down with me, one-on-one. Let me guess. Do you think you will have your notebook out? Do you think you'll be taking good notes? Do you think you will possibly record the time that we have together? Is there any doubt that you wouldn't do your very best the minute we finish? You're thinking about massive implementation? Why? Because skin in the game. Because it's human nature. When you invest at that kind of level, your brain goes into a different mode. When it's like free, it's like, nah, what's the big deal? When it's 10K, I need to get the most value out of this. When your brain goes, I need to get the most value out of this, guess what? You think of implementation. You think of how do I maximize the value? How do I get the return? Good. That's a very healthy thing. That's exactly how you should think. That's the difference. And some believe it when you're closing, when you're selling, when you're promoting. Some people just don't like the way you do it. They don't like the way you do it. Is that going to happen? They don't like the way, oh, you're promoting too much. You're selling too much, right? You're closing too much. That's okay, because you're not doing it for those people. Who are you doing it for? You're doing it for the people who swim towards you. You're not doing it for those people. Those people, they have to live with the decisions that they make, or, by the way, the decisions that they don't make. Do you see what I'm talking about? Decisions that they don't make. Because indecision is a decision. Write this down. Indecision is a decision. The minute they don't decide something, they are deciding something. They're deciding they're not going to change. They're deciding they're going to be stuck. They're deciding this is just the way the life is. They're deciding that the business is not going to grow. It is a decision. By not doing something, they actually have already made a decision. They are doing something. Indecision is a decision. It's the worst decision of all. How many of you agree? It's the worst decision of all. By not deciding. Oh, I love this one.
This one is by Payman. Hi, my son keeps making me amazed by the motivation and senses about the right things. He came to me this morning with a cell phone he made on a cardboard, and he had written his own mini creed in the back of it. I never talked about my mini creed on my cell phone with him, and assuming he read it when borrowing my phone to play. He touched my heart again this morning, and thanks to Seafood Danlock, that not only are you changing me and my wife's life, you are influencing my son in some indirect way, and I feel blessed.
Can you see why closing is not something that you do to someone, it's something you do for someone? The impact that you could have on somebody, the impact you could have on the family. How many want to be a role model? How many have kids? How many want to be a role model to your kids? How many want your kids to pursue their dreams, to live up to the full potential? You encourage You encourage them to pursue their dreams. Do you know what is the best way for you to encourage them to pursue their dreams? To have them live up to their full potential. Do they just listen to what you tell them to do? You just tell them, oh, you gotta live your dreams. You gotta pursue your dreams, son. Or they look at what you do. They watch what you do. You want them to be better? Guess what do you have to do? You want them to be successful? Guess what do you have to do? You want them to be happy? Guess what do you have to do? You don't need to tell them a damn thing. You be a role model. You pursue your dreams. You live up to your potential. The best thing you could do is be a role model for them. Not talk about it. Because talk about it, it's fucking easy. How many of you know parents who are using their kids to fulfill their own dreams? Well, I can't be a doctor, so son, you go to a doctor school. Because they could never do it. They didn't do it. They gave up. So now the responsibility is on the poor kids. Oh, I never had a chance, son, daughter. So now you gotta do it. But is that how kids think? The kids are thinking, Mom and Dad, you didn't even fucking make it. How could I make it? Then you're putting all this pressure on them. Don't put the pressure on them. Put the pressure on yourself. You want them to be financially successful? You become financially successful. You don't want them to worry about money? You better get to a place where money is not a concern. Not because you leave something to them. You don't need to. But you walk the talk. You walk the talk. And by the way, for those of you who are younger, who have parents, tell them, Mom, Dad, I love you. I love you. I really do love you. But I've got my own path to walk. I'm not gonna live up to expectations. I'm gonna live up to my own expectations. Doesn't mean I don't love you. I love you more than anything else. But I have my path I need to walk on. It is my life at the end of the day. And I hope you support me. I hope you'll be there to celebrate with me when I get there. But I want to let you know, with or without your support, I'm doing it. It would be nice to have your support, but it's not going to stop me. It is not going to stop me.
Gerald Armandu. Hello, HTC family. Today, I had a pleasant surprise when I returned from work. My 9-year-old daughter, Noela, told me that she had a gift for my teacher, Dan Locke. I was intrigued by what kind of gift she was talking about. She then brought the gift, and boom, there it was. Dad, can you please share it to your teacher, Dan Locke? She asked. Why? I inquired. He's a good man. I love him because he is teaching you, she exclaimed. I paused for a while and was filled with a sense of wonder. Wow, I sighed. It then occurred to me that Dan Locke, through his videos, was not only impacting me, but also my kids too. HTC family, please join me in presenting her gift to our Sifu. Dan Locke. Dan Locke is a friend, a mentor, and a guide. Dan Lok is humble, kind, and outstanding. He is a high-ticket closer, happy, jolly man. He is never nervous and speaks very well. He makes good jokes and makes my dad laugh. He's a strong man working at the gym. He never makes excuses and he never tells lies. I would like to meet him, but I'm in school. But he's a good person because he is Dan Lok. When HTC family, that is how lucky we are to be mentored by a man who can inspire a 9-year-old child. Sifu Dan Lok, please keep challenging us with love from Muscat, Oman, Gerald Mandu.
Sifu never expected when we started HTC that I knew that I'm going to teach a skill set to my mentees, but I never expected the transformation that I'm able to provide to the father or the mother. But indirectly, I'm touching the kids. I'm impacting the kids in a very profound way. This is not what I expected. This is not. This is a very, very happy byproduct of that. And that gives you more motivation. That gives gives all of us more motivation to be able to continue to pursue the mission that we have. That I know for someday that your son, your daughter, maybe when they're old enough, they might also learn this skill. You might put them through HTC and you want them to have the high income skill. You want them to have the financial confidence. You want them to have the prosperity consciousness versus the poverty consciousness, to teach them early on what life could be, what life should be. That there's an alternative. And in fact, it doesn't matter if they're actually going to be a closer or not. How many of you agree? It doesn't matter if they actually want to be a closer or not, that this would be a skill, a foundational, fundamental life skill that would serve them for the rest of their lives. Being able to communicate, to talk to people, not too afraid to talk to strangers. Doesn't matter what they want to do. It will serve them. Helping them develop a self-awareness is such a powerful gift that you could give them. It really would be a very powerful gift. How many of you would love when you were maybe at I don't know, 17, 18, your parents put you through HTC? Where would you be today? Where would you be today? If it was available back then. 18, 19, just learning. And then you have this education. Like, where would you be? How far you would have come? How more successful you would be, right? And how many mistakes you would have avoided? Think about that, right? So I would highly, highly encourage, when they're ready, give them their gift. Maybe it's a birthday gift. And for now, even share Sifu's videos with them on YouTube. Get them thinking about a certain way. Get them learning some of these, how money works, how entrepreneurship works, how sales works, how marketing works. Right? Desmond has his kids watch my videos all the time. Susan, same thing. My COO, same thing. High ticket money secret number 2, the power of transaction size. The power of transaction size. This is a lesson worth reminding and mentioning again and again and again. Repetition is mother of all skill set. So how many of you recognize the math, right? Assuming let's say your income goal is $10,000 a month, $120,000 a year. Now, if your goal is higher than that, 240, 480, doesn't matter. It's the same math. You can just divide different numbers. You're selling a $2,500 package at 10% commission. To make $120,000 a year, it means you have to make 480 sales a year, average about 1.3 sales a day. How many follow what the math so far? Right? So if you're closing a $5,000 offer at 10% commission, that equals 240 sales a year. Average about 0.65 sales a day. So basically a sale a couple of days, right? One sale a couple of days. How many of you could do that? Not even a sale a day, a sale a couple of days. If you're selling a $10,000 package offer at 10% commission, it means you only have to make 120 sales a year. That means almost a sale every 3 days. That means a couple of sales a week, 2 sales a week. Is that doable? You tell me. So can you see how the transaction size, the price, the ticket price of whatever we're closing has a huge effect on your income?
All right. Boom! $500 in just 5 minutes. What worked? Quick follow-up, warm lead. Didn't waste time after found out he has money issue. Made decision to downsell. What did not work? He said he didn't know the price prior to the call. What did I learn? Downsell is better than no sell. What can I do better? Knowing his original deal before the call with a 5-minute call.
Now, sometimes when you're closing, write this down. It is very useful, not mandatory, but it is useful to have a downsell. Write it down, downsell. Meaning that when you're closing, let's say, an offer for $10,000, maybe, just maybe, the prospect would love to invest and buy, but he or she there's no way they have that budget. They just couldn't. So we are offering the option of maybe you cannot afford a $10,000 right now, but here's a $5,000 off, say a $5,000 offer option, maybe a $3,000 offer option. That is not as good as a 10,000, but it is good. It's good to get. It's enough for them to get started. Does that make sense? Right. So this is why sometimes no sell. If you don't give them another option, but a downsell is like, okay, this is something. What if they still can't afford the 3,000? Is there a possibility that there's a $1,000 option? Something to get started, right? Just to get it going. And once they use the product, the service, the program, and they get some results, could they come back later on and say, you know what? No, I want the best option. Give me the $10,000 option. So let me ask you a question. You get on the phone, you don't close anything, you don't offer the downsell. What are the likelihood this prospect would come back 3, 6 months, 8 months later and say, hey, now I want to be able to buy? Almost zero. Almost zero. Now, on the other hand, if the prospect doesn't have the 10,000, but let's say she invests at 3,000, and then you talk to her again in 3 months, 6 months, she's using the materials, getting good results. What are the chances of her upgrading in a few months? Do you see, is there a high probability? Write this down. A committed client is always a better client. A committed customer is always a better customer. So something is better than nothing. Something is better than nothing. Now, it depends on how we package the offer and how we make the offer. Sometimes when we are closing for a business account, there may be an option where, let's say we have a $3,000 offer, we have a $10,000 offer. Someone would start off with 3,000, and then later on when they want to upgrade to 10,000, now it depends on the business account, right? It doesn't work all the time, but depends on the business account. That possibly where when they do come back, what if, let's say on the phone, you're telling them, hey, why don't we get you started off with the $3,000. And then when they do come back and you tell your prospect, when you do want to invest at a high level, that we will credit you, right? I'm giving a script. We'll credit your $3,000 towards the 10K offer. Write this down, credit towards. Credit towards. Now, if you're the prospect, how would you feel about it? If you're the business account, how would you feel about it? So you see, it's a very powerful way to do it. Something is always better than nothing. And it's a win-win. It's a win-win. And the prospect now becomes a customer. It's already thinking, well, yeah, I do. They're thinking about how they could upgrade a few months later. Then it is good for them because the $10,000 offer offers way more value, way more value than a 3K offer. They want it in the first place, right? Or sometimes, is it also possible that actually they could afford a 10K, but lower self kicks in? They're a little bit afraid, they're a little bit skeptical, they're a little bit hesitant, they're a little bit unsure that they want to start off, even they could afford a 10K, but I don't know, like, they start off with a 3K, right? It's kind of like a sampling. Let's see how good the product, the service is first. And then maybe after just a few weeks, they're saying, you know what, give me the 10K. This is awesome. This is beyond awesome, right? Now they say, give me the best. Give me the full deal. Give me the 10K deal, right? Is that possible? So credit towards, right? Credit towards upgrading. And I'm giving you very powerful languaging. Write this down, upgrading. Not coming back and buy something new. Because whenever we buy something new, it feels like I got to make another decision. But how many of you love to upgrade? How many love to be able to upgrade when you go into a hotel or upgrade a flight, right? Upgrading, it's fun. But buying new thing, I don't know if I want a new thing, right? Emerald, new thing, I don't know. Upgrading, oh yeah, all day, right? Upgrading, sure, right? Thank you very much. Like, it's a great thing. And sometimes it's so funny that it almost feels like upgrading, although we're paying for it, it almost feels like you're getting something for free. How many of you sometimes feel like that, right? Oh, I'm getting an upgrade, right? You're paying for it, but I'm getting an upgrade. It feels so good. So psychologically, credit towards upgrading, very powerful language to use when we're closing. Is that useful? So now you know, in this case, right? It doesn't take more time. It doesn't take more effort. $500 in 5 minutes. It doesn't take more effort to sell something for 5 times the price. It doesn't. It's about who you sell to. What it takes is comfort. What does it take? Tell me. What does it take? Say it out loud. It takes comfort. It takes your comfort. So the reason for a lot of my students is not that they don't have the ability to close at higher ticket, is they're not comfortable closing a higher ticket. Can you see that? Not that they don't know or they can't. They're just not comfortable with it. Like when you're selling something for such a high ticket amount, when you're closing, and suddenly you feel like, wow, I can't afford that. How can I close something I can't afford? I can't afford the $35,000. I can't afford the $50,000, right? And from time to time, right, what do? We project our own discomfort. So we're afraid to ask for that kind of money that you've never seen. That kind of like, whoa, it's like, that's just so uncomfortable. Never done that before. When your family is talking about what kind of, think about your family conversation at dinner table. What is the amount of money they're talking about? $10. Give me a number. $20. $100. $30. Right? How many of you have heard of conversation? How many of you have participated in conversations? How to save $3, $5, $10, right? Coupon, whatever it is. Funny things, one time I was watching a YouTube video by Warren Buffett. This is very educational. So he was doing the Berkshire Hathaway shareholder meeting that Warren is testing the mic, right? Now, most people, when they test the mic, they will say, check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? How many heard that before? Right? Check, check, 1, 2. You know what Warren said? Check, check, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. That to him, that's the 1, 2. That's his comfort. I love that. That's Warren Buffett right there. It's awesome. That's his mind. He's thinking about millions. He's not thinking about $10, $1. It's very, very. It's good observation. I pay attention to that. I'm like, that's interesting. It's very, very interesting. So nowadays, I have the team, and I'm very grateful for the team to be able to close 5-figure deal, 6-figure deal. See, it doesn't personally get on the phone to close someone unless I know 7-figure minimum. If it's not a 7-figure deal, it's not worth my time. Now that's my comfort. That's my current comfort. And I question, how come my comfort is not 9-figure? I need to work on expanding my comfort too. Why is only 7-figure? I'm thinking small. But I know I'm working towards. But that's my comfort. Now, some of those calls takes more than an hour. That's okay. Now, but Seafood didn't start here. Seafood didn't start here. I started selling, closing a couple $100, few $100 for my cooperating services. Did I get it overnight? No. It's still over the years, gradually expanding my comfort. Right, Desmond? Expanding the comfort. And Desmond knows.
Yep.
Because he closes most of those 5-6-figure deal, right?
Yep. See, you don't even, these days, I can't even bring anything to you if it's definitely not a 7 or even 8-figure.
Yeah.
And it has to be very concise. It has to be very well thought through already. And then, of course, you've been challenging me to work on the 6 and 7-figure deals.
Yeah.
In fact, just on Monday, we were talking about one that potentially could go through, but how to structure it.
Yeah, that's right. That's cool. Like high ticket. So what is high ticket? There's no, for now, maybe for you it's a few $1,000s. For some it's tens of thousands, right? For some it's going to be hundreds of thousands. There's no limit. There's no limit. We got to all start somewhere. Yes? You have to start somewhere. There's no limit. This is why Sifu says progress inch by inch. At first, maybe start off with $1,000 offer, $2,000 offer. Then later on, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and forward. So all it takes is your comfort. All it takes is your comfort. High ticket money secret number 3. This is a big one. Write this down. One of the things I see HCC graduates, after they graduate, they overestimate how well things will go and underestimate how much energy and effort it would take. Because during the 7 weeks, they're excited, they are motivated, they are doing their homework, they're doing role play. Things are going well. You are improving. You're kicking ass. You're energized. You're in the it's like relationship, the romance, honeymoon stage. Honeymoon stage. So you overestimate how well things will go. And then you underestimate how fucking hard it is. Now, what's the problem with this? When you overestimate how well things will go and underestimate how much energy and effort it will take, when you're out there in the real world, suddenly when you hit some obstacle, when you come across some resistance, when you get some rejections, what do? How do you feel? You quit. You fucking quit. You get discouraged. You get crushed. Has nothing to do with what happened. It has everything to do with your expectation. What if you look at it the other way? You underestimate how well things will go, and you overestimate how much energy and effort it would take. So maybe you think it's going to take you 5 calls to make the first boom, the first sale. Pretty typical. Our percentage. Now, if that's what you're thinking, suddenly what happens the first call, second call, third, you've now talked to 10 prospects, you close none. Your expectation is 5, now you talk to 10 people. How do you feel? How would you view yourself? How would you view the scenario? I suck. I'm no good. Why can't I do it? Maybe I can't, maybe I'm not a closer. All the self-doubt, lower self, all this shit kicks in. But what if you don't compare yourself to others? Oh yeah, she closed a $10,000 sale. I'm trying to close my first $1,000 sale, and I talked to 10 people, and I can't close anything. I can't close anything. Fuck. But what if? You know what? I know the first call, I'm gonna suck. I know it's gonna be a disaster, and I know it's gonna take me 50 calls to get my first boom, because I'm new. I'm green. I don't have enough experience. Doesn't mean I don't get better, but my expectation is it's going to take me 50 calls. Suddenly, you talk to the 10th people. So first, second, third, no. Suddenly, the 10th one, you get a boom. Now, my question is, it is still the 10th one. You close. One scenario, you give up, you get discouraged, and you doubt yourself. Another scenario, fuck, I got it done. 20% of the time, man. I thought it was going to take me 50. Only took me 10. I am like a superhero. I am a high ticket closer. And you post a boom in a Facebook group like, come on, celebration. Same fucking scenario, same result. One scenario, you are a loser. Another scenario, you're a closer. The only thing that changed, pay attention, is your expectation. This is why people give up. You could have high expectations when you have skills. Write it down. You have high expectations when you have skills. Don't set too high expectations when you're fucking brand new. Sifu has unrealistic, crazy, outrageous expectations because I've got mad skills. Do you understand? Anything less, I would be underestimating my own potential because of my track record. I have my skill sets. So I could set these unrealistic goals to some. They're like, how do you do that? Because I'm aware of my capabilities. So I need to push myself. But you're just getting started. See, here's the sad truth. Most people would spend 10 years working at a minimum wage job and yet won't spend a year learning a high income skill. Do you agree? Most people would spend 10 years working at a minimum wage job and yet won't spend a year learning a high income skill. And they think, Jennifer, I spent 6 months learning role playing. I don't know. It is 6 months. Relax. Trust the process. It is 6 months. It is like going to a karate school and you want to be a black belt, and it takes practice and many, many hours. You go in, you're a white belt, you're hitting the bag, you're doing your training in 6 months. You go to your master, I feel stuck, I'm not a black belt. And the master's like, you've been only 6 months. And for some, they get it faster. For some, it takes a little bit longer. But does it matter? You're not comparing yourself to others. And how many times have you known exactly what to do in different areas of your life? You know what you need to do, and you've even wanted to do it, but you just didn't. You know the right thing to do. You know how to do it. You even want to do it. You just don't do it. So what separates high-ticket closers who have massive success from those who don't is that consistent action, the mastery, that consistency, that commitment, and setting the right expectation. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you when you close that sale, the 10th call, the 12th call, the 15th call. That's the process. For some, maybe they close the first 2 calls. For some, it takes the 30th call. But eventually, if you keep at it, you will get it. Just because this time it takes you 10th call, does that mean next time it will take you 10th call? Does that mean you're always going to have to take 10 calls to get 1 boom? No. Not if you practice. And most of us, what we do is on autopilot. We are creatures of habit. And we don't live up to our full potential because we are in the habit of not living up to our full potential. Does that make sense? So if you don't automate, you don't systemize the right processes, you are going to live a very mediocre life, because that's where the 97% are set. We don't question the daily habit that we have. And a commitment, say with me, it is a commitment with a formal structure. So again, a commitment, it is a commitment with a formal structure. So when you say, yeah, I want to do it. Let's say you want to lose weight. You want to get fit. Someone who says to you, yeah, I want to get fit. So when you go to the gym, just whenever I could find time. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. I try to go whenever I have time off work. Maybe. So how many times a week? Depends. Once, maybe a month. Right? Is that a commitment with a formal structure? No. Versus, hey, I want to get fit. I want to lose weight. What's the plan? Well, I go to work at 5. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get up early in the morning. I'm going to get up at 6. And I'm going to go to the gym from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm going to do that 3 times a week. Every week. 6 to 7. Then I come back. I'm going to shower. And I'm going to go to work. There's a gym nearby. And on Sunday, I book a time. Every Sunday morning, I am going to go play badminton with my friends for 3 hours. You block that out. So I'm going to go to the gym 3 times a week. And then Sunday, I'm going to play badminton for a few hours. Can you see how there's a commitment with a formal structure? The problem is most people have no formal structure that leads them to success. Actually, they have a structure that leads them to poverty. By not having a formal structure, it is a structure by default that leads to poverty. How could it be, Sifu? Well, think about garden. Think about nature. Let's say how many have seen a garden before? With a garden, let me ask you a question. If you don't take care of your garden, you don't nurture it, you don't water it, you don't get rid of the weeds and all of that stuff, you don't pay attention to it, you don't have a formal structure of taking care of the garden, what happens to the garden? The weeds will grow. So if you want to have a beautiful garden, what do you have to do? What do you need the most? You got to nurture it daily, yes. You got to take care of it. You got to put in some effort. You got to have consistency. Now, does that mean that let's say you have a garden, it's beautiful right now, and you've been nurturing it for 3 months, 6 months, and now suddenly you don't maintain it. You've been traveling now. You haven't seen your garden in 2 months. When you go back, guess what you'll see? The plants will die. So do you understand? This is how the universe works. This is how the world we live in. It is not the case that when you don't do something, nothing happens. It is very much the case when you don't do something, weeds grow. We live in a world that is more towards negativity. So you don't do something, automatically by default, poverty, failure, struggles. That's by not doing anything. By default. Default is a bitch. As my mentor, Big Dan, taught me. Default is a bitch. And that's if you want to have an average garden. What if you want to have a beautiful garden? What if you want to have one of those like a Japanese garden? Do you think that's just going to maintain itself? The nicer garden you want, The bigger price you want in life, the more tension you need, the more structure you need. The reason why most people are struggling financially, write this down, is that the fact that right from conception, the day you were born, you have been systematically programmed for poverty, for struggles, and for hardships. The day that you were born, unless you came from a wealthy family. Most people that think, oh yeah, there's the rich, spoiled brats and all that. They're like so entitled. No, you know why they're successful? Because right from the get-go, in the beginning, day one, some of them are fucking spoiled brats. I get that. But for some, because they've been programmed for success and wealth and abundance day one. Not because of the money they have, because the environment they are in. The conversations they have at dinner table, it's a very different conversation than most people. So the day that you were born, and most of our beliefs, most of our behaviors are formed the first 7 years of our lives, from zero, the day you were born, to 7 years old. Once that first 7 years, you're pretty much locked in. Pretty much locked in. You don't think about it. It's not your parents' fault. They don't know any better. They didn't know. They didn't know. They thought that's just how they live and how the world works. Not that they want you to be poor, but they are making you poor. By teaching you early on about those $5, $6 coupon and all those scarcity thinking and poverty thinking and those languaging and all those things they're programming when you were a baby to your teenage years. You pick up those habits, you pick up those beliefs. That's the struggle. This is why I'm talking to my mentees from previous season. This is why you fall back to your default. That's why you fall back to the default. Not the skill. It's very difficult. As good as HTC is, as good as Sifu, tough to reprogram you. A lifetime of fucking programming to reverse that in 7 weeks. When your beliefs are formed the first 7 years. It's like these are deep-rooted mindset. Deep rooted. You don't even know it. It's like those trees with like long, deep roots holding on to the ground. This is one of the Instagram posts that I have. I think this summarizes it very well. This is you. You've changed. Honey, you should be happy with what you have. Play it safe, daughter. Choking you to death. A chain around your neck. While you are climbing that steep ladder, wanting to grow. That's what happens. So you take one, you try to reach one step. You've got a whole big fucking group of people behind you. By the way, do you think the law of gravity is working for you or against you? Not only got to deal with all the people, you got to deal with the climbing the ladder, and you got to deal with the law of gravity, which is called just life. That's what's tough. Not the skill, not the script, not the questions. This is what's tough. So what happens is when you graduate, you climb a few steps. From the very bottom of the ladder, you climb a few steps. What you don't notice is if you think about, visualize at the end of this ladder, there are many, many more floors. You're just getting started. You climb from the very bottom, I don't know, 1,000 steps. They're way more, they're way longer extension. So here's how the life works. Here's how the world works. You ready for this? This is gonna give me a wake-up call. When you're not successful, they call you a loser. Isn't it true? When you're not successful, they call you a loser. When you want to be successful, suddenly you have some ambition, they call you a weirdo. Why are you so weird? Why are you think so different? Why are you not like why are you not like your cousin? Why are you not like your brother and sister? When you're working to be more successful, they call you a workaholic. So when you don't do something, you're a loser. When you're wanting to do something, you're fucking weird. When you are doing something, you're workaholic. And guess what? Doesn't end here. When you're becoming successful, they say you're lucky. And when you are successful, they say you're greedy. When you've made it and don't share, they say you're selfish. When you're giving back, they say you have a hidden agenda and you're doing it for PR. Every step of the way. You can't win. You cannot fucking win. You can see how the world is against you. It's not a nice world. I hate to tell you. I hate to burst the bubble. It's not a nice world. They always have something to say at every stage of your journey. Every stage of your journey, they have something to say. So what do? I say, fuck them. Fuck the matrix. Fuck, they're not gonna like it every step of the way anyway. Just fuck them. Who cares? Let them say whatever they want to say. Doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. Nobody cares. They're gonna live the life that they live in. They're gonna live a life of maintenance, a life of mediocrity. It's just the way it is. So do you see what you're up against? You hear these things? Loser, workaholic. How many have heard that before? You're a loser. They say you're no good. You're not good enough. Right? How many have heard that you're weird, you're strange? Why do you think that way? Right? Why are you not just like everybody else? Play safe. Be content. Then when you're working, you're in class, role playing a lot, staying up late. Oh, you're workaholic. What's wrong with you? You're no fun. You're not the same guy, same girl I used to hang out with. You've changed. And you close a few sales, you share the success stories. Oh, man, you're just lucky. It's not gonna last. It's not gonna last. And then after you have enough, now you have a better lifestyle. And they say you're greedy. Why are you so greedy? Right? When you try to help people, I try to help them. Oh, they say you show off. You show off. You're boasting. So what do you do? High ticket money secret number 4. Don't listen to yourself. Don't listen to yourself. That's right. That's the question mark. Don't listen to yourself. Okay. How many heard of these things before? Hard-earned dollars. Get rich quick scheme. Sounds good to be true. Why you rip people off? Is that how I raise you? You need to go back to school if you want to earn more money, you know. Go get another diploma. Isn't it interesting? One of the things you could teach your kids, here's something that I could, like a little quick parenting tip. Who wants a quick parenting tip? Never, ever, ever, ever use these words, hard-earned dollars in front of your kids. Ever. Not that you're not teaching them to cherish money, but you're teaching them not to think in scarcity. So don't use hard-earned dollars. Here's what you're going to use. Easy money. Easy money. So at a young age, they understand, oh, it's easy to make money. Oh, it's hard. Every dollar, it's blood and sweat and tears, hard-earned dollars, right? No, it's easy money. It's easy to make money. So tell them. So, we're going to make some, you sell lemonade, let's make some easy money. You want to buy a toy? Let's go get some easy money here. Not hard-earned dollars. You know how hard, I have to work to get you that toy. No. Be very careful what you are programming them, what you're putting into their little minds. Why I say you don't want to listen to yourself, it's a lot of people think, I don't need the mentor. I don't need to invest in myself. I could do it on my own. You are not your thoughts. This is a good question. I'm going to take this question. Siva, how do you differentiate between the beginning of the class with setting expectations with how hard it is, how hard it will be, yet having the mindset of easy money? Is that a good question? That's a very good question. Here's the answer. the expectations are for your skills, not for the money. Money is easy. It's the expectations of how hard it would take for you to get the skills. Once you have the skills, money is easy. In fact, when you have the skills, you cannot not make money. It is very, very difficult to not make money when you've got the skills. So skill is hard. Set expectation. It's going to take longer than necessary because of fucking programming to get the skill. But knowing when you get the skill, money is a piece of cake. Money is easy. Skills are hard. Money is easy. Just like for my mentees who you're closing sales, it's like, let's say you've been closing sales, you've been closing 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 sales. Remember when Sifu was doing role play? It is hard for me to play a bad salesperson. It's tough for me to be the green monster. I need to put in effort to fuck it up so I can demonstrate and teach you. Like I need to put very conscious effort into how to be what I need to do to be the green monster, to be the reverse role model, right? But to close when you got a skill, it's like drinking water. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how to do it any other way. I don't know how not to close. Like I have to close. It's done. It's like we have to go through this process before we have you commit. Like it's a done deal. It's a done deal. This is why I'm shocked. Whenever I don't close something, I'm fucking shocked. Like I'm puzzled in my mind. Like, what do you mean you're not? What do you mean you're not buying? I don't get it. What part of my talk you don't understand? Which part you don't like? Which part you're not getting? Because something is off here. Something is like there's something wrong with my hearing. Did you say no? Did you say think about? I don't get it. Because I can't hear it. I cannot hear it. Right? Oh, I want to think about it. All I hear is okay. Let's do it now. I'm so shocked. Well, I'll get back to you. Okay, so what's your credit card number? Huh? Yeah, what's your credit card number? 4520. Okay. They're shocked. Yeah, maybe I should buy. Like it's just they're puzzled too. Like, did you not hear what I said? No, I didn't hear what you say. It's expectations. So skills are hard. It's hard not because the skill is hard, because I got to deal with your lower self. The skill is actually not hard. It's the overcoming the lower self so you get the fucking skill. If you role play every day, you put in the hours, are you going to get the skill? Yes or no? The problem is, how do I get you to keep fucking role playing after week 7? That's the fucking problem. That's the truth. That's the hard part. How do you get yourself to keep role playing? If you have the same drive, the same determination, the same dedication after 7 weeks, and especially graduates from previous season, if you have the same focus, where would you be today, right now? If you devote the same amount of the fucking time. And you go back and we play and we visit. The skill is not hard. Getting you to do the habits, that's hard. So let's talk about your lower self has 4 voices. Now, if you have gone through this, don't spoil it for your brothers and sisters. Shh. So would you agree that by now you understand the lower self is an effect, that you have a lower self? But do you know your lower self actually has 4 voices? How well do you know your lower self? You think there's only one voice. There's only one. No, there are 4 voices that you have. And I'm going to teach you all 4 right now. And you don't even know them. You might have heard of it. You might have seen a glimpse of it. You don't even know them. And that's why they got you. Would you like to know what those 4 voices are? They're fucking you up. You have a coward, you have a rebel, you have a skeptic, and you have a spy. Write it down. You have a coward, you have a rebel, you have a skeptic, and you have a spy. Therefore, lower self comes in 4 voices. 4 voices. Did you write it down? First one, it's called coward. Here's what coward sounds like. I've never done this before. It's too complicated. I'm not going to get any better at this. I'm nothing special. I'm not good enough. What if I fail? What if I don't learn fast enough? What if at this point, the people around me, my parents, Sifu, brothers, sisters, what's the point? I probably won't make it anyway. And if I succeed and then I fail, then I will look really stupid. How many of you have a coward in you from time to time? That's your lower self. This guy's is a coward. That's what a coward sounds like. Can you see how that's how a coward would sound like in the real world? Full of fear, full of doubts, lack of self-esteem. If you ever said any of these things or remotely close to these things, that's your lower self. And it's not you. You are not your own thoughts. Do you understand? You're not your own thoughts. All these thoughts were planted by somebody else when you were young. And then we have the skeptic, now the rebel. Here's what the rebel sounds like, a rebellious teenager. Here's what it sounds like. Don't tell me what to do. I know that. You know what you're talking about. I don't need to do this, you know. I get it. I can do this on my own. I don't need anybody. Who do you think you are? You can't tell me what to do. You think you're better than me, huh? You think you're better than me, huh? No, I've been doing this for years, you know. That's what a rebel sounds like. A fucking spoiled brat. How many of you have a rebel voice from time to time? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And let me ask you this before we go into the next one. Which one is more destructive? Rebel or coward? For you. And it's different from everybody, for everybody. Just asking for you. Coward is driven by fear. Rebel is driven by ego. Then you have skeptic. I'll see how it works for honest first. Then, then I'll try it. It's going to take too long anyway. Yeah, then it works for him or her, but not for me. Is that guarantee? What if it doesn't work? There's no way this will work. Yeah, I try this on my own, and if it doesn't work, then I'll do it your way. I don't need the role play. I get it. I don't need to do the assignment. I get it. That's silly. I don't need to do the money game. I'm not a kid, I could save some money if I don't have to do this. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy Think and Grow Rich hardcover. I'm gonna buy the soft cover because it saves $3 fucking. Skeptic. How many of you have a skeptic in you from time to time? So you're a coward, you have a rebel, you have a skeptic. Then the most dangerous, the most hidden is a spy. Now, first of all, with the spy, what's the spy sounds like. The spy is a double-faced bastard, two-faced. So your spy will sound like it has your best interest at heart, but it's two-faced bastard. So it would give you very logical suggestions, but actually the spy is your lower self. It's like the story where the wolf but wears like a sheepskin that is like innocent, trying to help you and stuff, but actually it's a wolf, right? It's a lower self inside. Okay, so here's what a spy sounds like. I'll wait till I'm more ready. And after 7 weeks, your spy would say to you, oh man, you've been working hard doing a role play. You deserve a break. You graduate now. You work so hard. You should reward yourself. It's okay. Just take a couple of days off. It's no big deal. No one would know. I've got a lot going on anyway. Maybe I'll do closing a little bit later. Well, let me sort out some stuff in my personal life first. I can always get back into it. I can always access the recording. I can always jump on Discord. It's there. You should be happy with what you have. Why are you trying to do all these things? You don't need more. There are people with a lot less. You shouldn't be ambitious anyway because you are what? Fill in the blank. Can you see how the spy sounds very logical? It sounds almost it's protecting you. Deserve a break? Yeah, of course I deserve a break. Damn right I deserve a break. I've been role-playing these crazy 6-hour class. My goodness, I'm not getting enough sleep, right? It's okay. It's finished. I'll just take a week off. Right? The spies, it's okay. Just take a week off. It's okay. Now, before you know it, it's not 1 week. It's 2 weeks. It's 3 weeks. And then the spies, it's 3 weeks. You haven't been on Discord for 3 weeks. Now you're going. It's kind of like, they know that you've been missing for 3 weeks. You're embarrassing yourself. So don't go. Now the guilt kicks in. And then coward takes over. Well, what difference does it make? You're not that good anyway. You're probably not a closer. And now people are getting better faster than you. Maybe you don't. This is not what you should do. I don't know. And then the rebel kicks in. Well, you know, actually, I don't need a role play. It's okay. I can just close. I don't need a role play at all. So those are your four voices. The challenge is not learning a skill. The challenge for Sifu is to teach you the fucking skill while battling these four voices you have in your head. That's my challenge. I so wish I don't have to. Just give you the skill. But that's not the world that we live in. That's not realistic. That's being naive. I need to deal with the world as it is, not as I wish to be. And for those, if you believe, oh, Ziva, no problem. I killed the motherfucker. I killed the lower self. It's not there. Is that you talking or your spy talking? Or is it the spy doesn't want you to believe is there? Is it really dead? Or is the spy trying to get you lower your guard, get your guards down? Because the minute you think about I killed it, you don't worry about it. You don't think about it. You don't pay attention to it. That's when the spy gets sneaky. Keep in mind, the spy sounds very, 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 very logical. That's the most dangerous part of having that spy.
Melvin Lormia. Hi everyone, I just wanted to share my story with all of you, especially my fellow Season 8 classmates that are stuck, feeling unmotivated, and can't get back on their feet. My lower self has been cooking up a lot of schemes lately, and it was honestly getting to me. For the entire week 4, my home had no access to the internet since the line connecting our city was damaged. And there's nothing we can do about it, but wait until it gets repaired. Internet connection via my smartphone was terrible and unstable, so role-playing was not possible. Thankfully, I downloaded the audio recordings, so I was able to study the class roleplays and analyze the techniques on my own. I was also able to attend the week 4 class, although only since midway, so I missed a lot. Here's the thing. Missing a week of roleplay ruined a lot for me. I lost my flow, and suddenly I feel like I'm lagging behind the class. Suddenly everyone is way better than me, and it feels like I can't even catch up. This feels very discouraging. As a partial Ruby who was always at the top of my class when I was still a student, I felt so discouraged that I lost the courage to roleplay, and I lost the motivation to continue with the daily reprogramming rituals. I didn't catch this early on, thinking I was too busy during the week. Man, my lower self is so good at rationalizing bad decisions. Today, I watched that I missed from week 4 and Sifu said something that sparked my new passion. The exact words I needed to hear. And I want you to know, if you don't believe in yourself, if nobody believes in you, Sifu believes in you. I believe in you. If you're unsure and if you're uncertain, it's okay. Borrow my belief. To all of those in the same position as I was, know that Sifu Dan believes in us. And I believe in you too. The entire HTC family believes in you. So don't hesitate to help for when you need it. We got each other's back. To my roleplay partner, Rover, thank you very much for checking on me and asking me to roleplay with you. And for generally being a helpful classmate. I owe this one to you. As I recite the HTC creed and reached my favorite line, I knew I had to make this artwork to express this newfound feeling of passion, mission, and gratitude.
Could you see one simple post? Can you see between the lines, there's a coward? Can you see the rebel? Can you see the spy? Can you see the skeptic? It's there. It's all there. So could you see this is what Sifu has to battle with? Not teaching a skill, it's dealing with this. That's the hard part. Write this down. Believe in yourself, but don't trust yourself. Believe in yourself. Don't trust yourself. Believe in yourself. You will get it. You'll make it. But don't trust that you have the discipline. Don't trust you have the drive. Don't trust you have the willpower. Don't trust. Problem is, for most, you trust yourself too much. You trust your own discipline too much. You trust your drive too much. You trust your willpower too much, but then you don't actually fucking believe yourself. You trust that you're going to be on track. You trust you're going to figure it out. You trust you're going to be doing role play. You trust you have the discipline. You trust you don't need the structure. That's a lot of trust. The problem is you're trusting a lower self that doesn't have a very good track record. Does that make sense? But then you don't believe it. Because if you believe it, you won't trust yourself too much. Because if you believe it, you would know, you know what? Maybe I have discipline. But damn, I'm going to put some structure in place. Damn, I'm going to turn it a routine. Fuck, I'm going to block all the time to role play. I'm not going to wait till I feel like it. I don't care if I feel like it. I don't trust my feeling. I'm going to schedule it. I'm going to script the time, my day, so I don't need to think about it. I don't trust I will make the time. So believe in yourself, but don't trust yourself. And if you don't believe in yourself, you are uncertain. Borrow my belief. I wouldn't be here if Sifu doesn't believe in you. I wouldn't take this much time to teach if I don't believe in you. If you don't have that belief yet, just borrow my belief. Just believe my belief, but don't trust yourself too much. And don't listen to that thought. You're not your thoughts. Your thoughts is like a CD. It's just programming, conditioning from the past. It's not you. You are not your thoughts. Just like a computer, you put in a software, the software is running. That's not the computer. It's just the software that's running the computer. But that's not the computer itself. You are you. So what we need to do, so if it's like going slow, it's lagging the computer, we set install a later version, more up-to-date version, more modern version of software, then the thing would run. But don't look at the computer. Something wrong. You're hitting the computer. There's nothing wrong with the computer. There's something wrong with the software. You with me? It's the software that needs updated.
All right. Hello, guys. This is my introduction video. It's been a constant battle with myself, getting rid of the old programming I've held on to for so long. It's still a struggle day to day, but with this video, I'm taking a stand to say no more and work towards my goals. Thank you guys for just being here. We are High Ticket Closers.
And how many have seen sometimes the stories within the community that you could see where your brother, sister, they're battling with the lower selves. And sometimes you'll hear stories of where they kind of get away from the community for a few months. And then they say, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm coming back stronger than ever, right? Why that is? We never left. I never left. I'm here. The team is here. And then you see this battle between on and off, on and off. That's what happens. And don't think it just happens to some. Even successful people have lower self issues. Very successful people have lower self issues. Don't think, oh, only people who are getting started, only people who are struggling. No, not true. Not true. Sifu is I'm both in young person organization, entrepreneur organization. So I mingle, hang out with some of the most successful CEOs in the world. Major companies, Fortune 500 companies. Big banks, president of banks, national companies, entrepreneurs. And guess what? They all have lower self issues. In fact, I wrote some of them down. Would you like to see some of their lower self issues? Different from yours, but they have them. Why do I carry not knowing? This is the exact language, by the way. This is not from me, this is from them. Why do I feel lack of control? Why do I doubt myself? These are CEOs and millionaire, multi-millionaire entrepreneurs. Why do I struggle to trust my employees? Why do I not want to grow past X? Why has this happened? Why do I not want to confront my low performers? Why am I so hard on myself? Why do I feel the need to grow? Is there something wrong with me? Why am I not satisfied? Right? Different forms of lower self. Very common, by the way. And I'm talking about big companies. I can't name. But if I name the name, I name the brand, you would know the brand. And these are CEOs with tens of thousands of employees as a company. And this is what's going through their head. So don't think it only applies to you and not applies to other people. It applies to other people. It's just different level, different kinds of lower self. Still fall under the four voices though. Just different voices, same. Now here's the thing. Steve has conditioned myself, and this is not again, this, please, I'm not saying that I'm this superhuman, anything like that at all. I'm just saying that I have, when it comes to this, I have very, very, very little lower self issues. Because the list that I just showed you, when I hear these things, why do I carry not knowing? Why do I feel lack of control? Why do I doubt myself? Why do I feel the need to grow? I don't feel any of those things. I'm actually surprised that they feel these things. So why is that? And it is not magic. It is not magic. It's actually a very simple thing that you can do. I'm going to teach it to you right now. Remember what I said. You're not your own thoughts. Yes? You're not your own thoughts. Can we agree on that? So whatever you're thinking right now, that's not you. That's just habitual programming from the past. Once you realize it, what I've learned, all you need to do is learn to separate yourself from your thoughts. So whenever you have a thought, you're not so sure about it, one question: is this coming from my higher self or lower self? You don't need a 5-step process. You don't need a very long, Sifu, what's the secret? You don't need a secret. This is it. You separate yourself from your thoughts. And you simply ask, being self-aware, take yourself out of the picture, is this coming from a higher self or lower self? And the beautiful thing is, how many of you would agree your higher self is way more intelligent, has way more wisdom than your lower self? When you're tapped into that higher self, when you're in the zone, when you're in flow, the higher self has infinite wisdom compared to your lower self. So your higher self always knows. It's just because your lower self is louder. Okay? Your higher self usually whispers. Your lower self screams. You notice that some of the best idea you have, it's always a whisper. It's always like a little drop, little hint. It's never a scream. It's not a yell. It's, hey, have you thought about this? Like, damn, I never thought about that. That's amazing. That's a great idea. Or maybe in the middle of a shower, it's like little whisper, like, have you thought about this? It's a very calm, not loud. It's a whisper. It's whispering wisdom in your ears, in your mind. But you don't hear it because your lower self is too loud. It's too loud. So recognize, just because my lower self is talking, it doesn't mean I have to listen. It's all made up anyway. But you take it literally. You actually, not only you don't believe in yourself, you actually fucking listen to your lower self. And you think it's you. And you make all your decisions based on what your lower self says. That's the problem. So when your lower self says, well, I don't know, I'm nothing special anyway, you take it literally. You say, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I'm nothing special. You're not good enough anyway. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm not good enough. You take that as the truth. You take that's the way it is. And you agree with it and you act accordingly. Do you understand? Do you understand? And it's all made up. It's all made up. It's only true if you believe it. So then, whenever you have any one of those thoughts, you just kind of, you're questioning about it. You got to do what Thor does. You grab that Stormbreaker, you hit that motherfucker. It's like, boom! Coming down, Avengers, boom! Exactly like that. So when your lower self says, well, you know, what if I fail? Fuck you! Shut the fuck up! Well, what if I don't get it? Fuck you! Well, who do you think you're? Fuck you! Fuck off! Shut the fuck up! Well, what if it doesn't want? Shut the I'll beat the fuck out of you. I'll beat you up so bad. Shut the fuck up. Well, what? Shut the fuck up. What? You got something to say? You got something to say? Hello? I don't hear you. Make some noise. I don't hear. How come it's silence? Hello? Come on, I'm waiting for you. Is that all you got? You notice when you're louder than your lower self, it becomes real quiet, it becomes a mouse. So without realizing it, your lower self is so loud, it's got so much control and power over you because you've been feeding it. You've been saying yes to it all your fucking life. It's telling you, well, don't do that. Yeah, I guess I won't. You're not that good. Yeah, I guess I'm not that good. Yeah, it's risky. Yeah, I guess it's risky. You've been listening to it like a little bitch. You've been feeding that lower self. Of course, its lower self is strong. You've been giving all that energy. All the energy you've been giving it. So action is your Stormbreaker. Action drives out lower self thoughts. It's that simple. It's not complicated. It's like you want to get in the morning. It's like, oh, I don't feel like going to the gym. It's like fucking early. I don't feel like getting up. Just put on the fucking shoes and go. While you're thinking about, just put on the fucking shoes and go. Get the key. Go out the door. The minute you go out the door, it becomes easier. The minute you get into your car, it gets easier. You've been thinking, you're rolling around in your bed, like, I don't know, I don't feel like it's kind of cold, and I got to put on my shoes. What shirt should I wear? I don't know, man. You know, I worked out 2 days ago. My back's. Why are you thinking all this shit? Just get up, brush, wash your face, just go. Just go. And when you do it, when you take action, what do you notice? What happens to your lower self? It dies. It becomes quiet. It becomes quiet real quick. That's how you do it. And you got to keep doing it. You got to put the lower self back in its place. You got to keep doing it. You got to keep doing it because it will sound like a spy, remember? Well, it's like let's say you've been closing some sales. You've got a great month. You're making first month making 10K. Awesome. You just hit that 10K. Ooh, awesome, right? Lower self saying, well, you know, that's 10K, that's nice. Why don't you go take that vacation you've been wanting for a long time? You know, take a couple of weeks off. And then come back and close again. Yeah, I should. Yeah, you deserve it. Yeah, I do deserve it. Fuck you! Shut the fuck up. I gotta get back on the phone. Let me get back on the phone. I need to get that 6-figure award. Get out of my way. I need 10 of these months, not one, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. I'll beat the crap out of you. When was the last time you talked to your lower self that way? Giving your lower self some attitude. Don't give it power. Don't give it any power. Not even one bit. So then I can tell you, my fucking lower self, it is a wuss. It is so afraid. Because it knows. It knows. Just little bit. I'm like, boom! Finger jab. Fucking kick his groin. Just little bit, even like trying be a spy. I'm like, boom! Right? To the throat. And shuts up. It's almost like now it's so afraid because it knows I like to challenge the fuck out of it. When the lower self's like, yeah, you can't do that. Boom! I go fucking do it. Like, ooh. They're like, fuck, I better not. Like, the lower self's like, I better not challenge. I better not say anything. Because he's going to do it. He's going to do it. I tell him not to do it, he's going to do it. So it doesn't say anything. They're very quiet. Very quiet. So make your lower self scared of you. You shouldn't be. How many you should understand you shouldn't be scared of it. You can see a lot of fear. I'm so afraid. Like it's always I'm battling it. I have no control over it. It takes control over me. It comes back and forth. I don't know, right? And we're scared. It's there. We're scared that it comes out. We're scared. Don't need to be scared. There's nothing to be scared about. Just tell them to shut up. If you want to be a better pearlish, you don't want to be too ruby, just like, thank you for sharing, but I'm not going to listen. If you want to be pearl about it, that's okay. Just say, thank you. Thank you for talking about it, but I'm just not going to listen. Or ruby, fuck off. It's okay. Either way. Take your pick. Or you can say, fuck off very nicely. Well, you know, thank you for sharing, but fuck off. That's okay too. Okay. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Actually, make it 3-minute break. Go stretch. Go to the bathroom. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes in. Great class so far. So far, so good. Okay. 3 minutes and we'll be right back.
Boom. Using the Stormbreaker as your action piece to kill the lower self. What better tool do you need than that? Really, that is the most powerful tool you can use so far. Now, I'm curious. I'd love to see your takeaways so far from Class 7, the graduation class. All right. Yes. I'm not my thoughts. You're not your thoughts. This class is so deep. 100%. Yep. Desmond, what are some effective tools that you use when you're making a decision or you want to get past your lower self? What are some of the effective tools you use for yourself to really make a decision and do something maybe you don't want to do?
Wow. Okay. We all go through lower self issues. I myself have gone through some very recently. It's always good. Don't leave it. Don't pent it up inside. Some of us, we suffer in silence. So a couple of things that have worked always has been naturally gratitude. It's really hard to go and try to do gratitude when you're spiraling out of control and you're feeling very negative, angry, all kinds of different things. So first of all, just be aware, right? When you're in a good mood, when things are going good, know that this planet, the world that we live in, is a yin and yang type planet. It's full of balances. It's full of different things. So when times are good and they're great, it may not always last. So expect that you're going to encounter negative times. The best thing that I've always done is being aware, mature, prepared for those times. I'm human. I will encounter those times. How I deal with those times sometimes depends on experience. I think a lot of people get caught off guard. You've lived such a mundane life that when you get hit with something really bad, because you maybe don't have the experience of dealing with really traumatic, hard situations, you crumble. Now, on the other hand, I'm not saying you have to have a very bad, tough life and watch people die or see some traumatic things before you actually can toughen up. But what you can do is when you're going through it, be aware. I have accountability partners, I have mentors, I have very trusted inner circle type friends, people that I can be vulnerable to. And if I'm going through a lower self moment, I can talk to them and I give them permission to call me out. I give them permission to say, no, Desmond, you're just being lower self. Give yourself a slap. Like even someone like of your level, like, not you're going through lower self. Not the nicest thing to hear. Sometimes we just want a shoulder to cry on. Sometimes we just don't want that sympathy. I don't want sympathy. I want someone who can empathize with me, who understands what I'm going through, call me out on my bullshit, and then give me something to think about, give me something to do. So things that I've done to get out of lower self, you write things out. When you write things out, it's cathartic. If you think you're overwhelmed, write it out. Believe it or not, you'll find that actually it's not that many things that you need to get done. If you're overwhelmed with debt, if you're going through like a divorce, if you've been betrayed, someone betrayed you, write it out. Write it out, and you can even burn the piece of paper and let it go. And then last but not least, take action. Usually what happens is you will feel a lot better when you have a plan of action. You normally go into a lower self when the future is unknown, when there's uncertainty, when there's no purpose, when you don't have meaning in your life. I think on the dinner with Dan, when we were having it just recently, Sifu was talking about, happiness is just like sort of a moment in time. You go through moments in time when you feel happy, but true meaning in life, right, is that having that meaning where he talked about having a purpose and having a meaning in life. So many times we go through lower self when you don't have meaning in your life. So then get clear of that. Go for long walks, take a look long distances. I like to go down to the beach. Some of you like to go hiking in the mountains. Maybe you're in a desert, a flat area. Go for a long walk where you can look long distance and actually be quiet for a bit. Bring a journal with you. Write out, when are you most happy? When did you feel meaning in your life? And by doing some actions, even small wins, tidying up your room, getting things tidied up, throw away some stuff that we talk about, cleaning up the mess in your life, you will actually start to feel some progress. And that's the tiny little bit of spark that you just need to swing it back the other way. You'll find that a lot of things will actually come around, and then you'll come clear. You'll clear the storm. And they always say it is darkest just before the dawn.
Boom. And with that, you've been equipped with even more tools and resources to really fight the lower self. So can we all agree, drop a yes below if you are ready to fight that lower self whenever it comes, whether you're going through your best time or whether you're going through your worst time. You're ready to fight that lower self no matter what comes your way. So, with Sifu coming back in just a few moments, let's drop Sifu's name in the chat, bring up the energy, bring up the hype for your mentor, Sifu Dan Lok.
All right, we are back. How are you doing so far? Are you getting some aha moments? Are you now more aware of what your lower self actually sounds like? And what's very funny is once you get it, you don't need to, there's no battle. There is no battle. Your lower self is actually very weak. It's strong now. It's so powerful. It's so much control over you because you've been feeding it so much nutrition over the years. Your lower self without your nutrition, it's very, very, very weak. When you realize all these thoughts, all the lower self thoughts you have, nothing more than habitual programming. By the way, even when you have prosperity thoughts, nothing more than habitual programming as well. So you might as well choose. So Sifu is very conscious. Why am I asking you, go smell the leather? Do the vision board, do the creed. Because you know what? If someone is going to put thoughts in my head, I want it to be, I want to have some say in that, what I put in my own head, what I feed my mind with. Shouldn't you do the same? If you're gonna put thoughts and program your own mind, wouldn't you want prosperity, gratitude, fulfillment, confidence? Just like the garden, you got to be conscious about it. And I see so many students, they do the creed, they do the attitude of gratitude for 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks. Then they don't do them anymore. Well, at first, they cut it back. The spy. Then before you know it, it's once a week. Before you know it, it's once every few weeks. Before you know it, they don't need to do it. They think they don't need to do it. Always remember, believe in yourself, but don't trust yourself. You are reprogramming your mind. This is after years and years, in some cases, decades of programming. You're trying to reprogram that in days, in weeks. And keep in mind, even you're doing it that 30 minutes a day. Think about your day, 24 hours a day that you have. You do your morning ritual. You are doing the attitude of gratitude. You're doing the programming. You're doing the creed. You're doing all that. Let's say it takes you, let's say, a full hour a day, 1 hour a day. Tell me, the rest of that 23 hours, are they mostly your environment, mostly positive or negative? Positive or negative? So not only you're reprogramming, but you're still in the environment. We still have to deal with that. That's why I said your environment is more powerful than your willpower. You want to ensure that your environment, at the very least, if it's not positive, it needs to be neutral. It needs to be neutral. Ideally positive. Vision board, wealth triggers. I'm not just talking about your physical environment, I'm also talking about the people around you. For most people that you hang out with, you cannot afford to hang out with them. Do you understand? What Steve is saying, you cannot afford to hang out with them. They're costing you. Not just money. They are costing you a lot. You can't afford to hang out with them. And that's hard. For Sapphire, for Pearl, I know it's hard. But you gotta get some new friends. You gotta hang out with some new people. You can't, it's just the influence they have on you is too destructive. Way too destructive. What if you live with someone that drains your energy? Make enough money so you move. I'm serious. Move. Move. You always have a choice. You might think, but see if I don't have a choice. No, you always have a choice. You believe you don't have a choice, but you do have a choice. You don't have to be there. No one point a gun to your head to be there. And if you can't move, doesn't mean you got to spend time with them. This might be a harsh thing to say, but it's true. Doesn't mean you got to spend time with, because you choose to spend time. That's all very nice. See, I'm Chinese. I get it. Asian culture, family. By the way, I don't talk to my family, just so you know. I do not talk, except my mom, one uncle, one aunt. I don't talk to any one of them. None. Not that Sifu's not nice. Not that we're not family. We got nothing in common. We have nothing in common. And I do not trust their negativity won't rub off on me. So I stay away. I don't trust it. We cannot choose our blood family. It's true. But it doesn't mean you cannot have a new family. You can choose who you spend time with your new family. You can meet new friends. You can meet new people. This is why we have the family that we have. With HTC families, hang out with different people. Hang out with people who are going somewhere. Hang out with people who are growing. Hang out with people who share the same values. Don't hang out with people who drag you down, who don't understand you. Why? Oh, because they're my sisters. Who gives a fuck? Seriously. Just don't talk to them. And after a while, they don't talk to you anyway, so it's good. It's a good thing. I know it's not a nice thing to say. I'm just giving you the fact. I'm just giving you the fact. That's how life works. High ticket money secret number 5. It is not who you learn. It's not what you learn, it's who you learn from. I learned this from my martial art Sifu instructor. He taught me this. It's not what you learn, it's who you learn from. First, when I learned from him, he shared this with me. And at first, I don't quite get what he means. I really don't like what he means. Like I learn a certain martial art style. I learn Wing Chun. I learn boxing, whatever it is. I learn a martial art. I'm learning the style. And he said, it's not about the style. It's always about the Sifu. And I said, really? Yeah. Because the same style, you could have someone who's very skillful, who have a lot of experience, another instructor who is kind of in the same style, but the quality could vary tremendously. It's always who you learn from. And when he taught me the techniques, and then when we do training, I'm like, holy fucking shit, I've never seen that before. Even though it is like same Wing Chun, like same style, like what's in Yip Man, I'm like, this is crazy, because I've learned Wing Chun from probably multiple instructors over the years, multiples. Some of them, quite 2 of them are Yip Man student. And I've never seen anything like this, right? I've never seen like it's kind of the same, but it's not the same. It is not even close to be the same. And that's when I realized, well, how was such a big difference. And one thing I absolutely admire my Sifu is he is a experimenter. He is testing all the time. So I remember one time we were talking about how to deal with weapons. Like if someone has a knife, what do you do? And he was just asking us, and within the group, we have different people from different martial art backgrounds. Some of them, like martial art instructors in other style, like this is a pretty damn fucking good group, right? Pretty skilled. You got some pretty skillful guys in there. So they were talking about different techniques, how to deal with a knife and all that. And then my Sifu was like, well, how do you know that's going to work? Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess it works. That's what's been taught, passed down from other instructors. That's what we learned. He said, okay. So he grabbed a marker, right? A marker. And so he asked us to wear a white shirt. And he said, okay, imagine this is a knife, like a red marker. So I want you to attack any way that you want to the other party. And you use your technique that you were using before and see what happens. Okay. Okay. Before you know it, the shirt has got like cut everywhere. Neck, arm, the shirt. It's like it's a bloodbath. You would have been dead 50 times. Right? And then he showed us a technique. And then he's like, well, how do you know that my technique works? Then out of respect, of course, if you taught it, it must work. But he was like, how do you know? Just because I taught you? Why don't we test it? So then we put on the headgears, because it's not protect. We got to protect ourselves from my Sifu. He's too strong. So we put on a headgear, everything. Okay, you do the same thing. You can attack me any distance, any angle, any way, shape, or form. Right? You get one cut, I'm dead. Right? So let's try that. We do a move, boom. He counter, and then he turns back and run away. And we were shocked. And then he came back 5 minutes later. He said, how did that work? I said, yeah, it works. And he said, well, it works this time, but maybe you could do a different angle, it might not work. So what he's teaching us is we want to challenge our own assumptions. Write this down. We want to challenge our own assumptions. So it's amazing because when I see his evolution, he would teach something, and then 6 months later, he would teach us a improved version of that. He would say, that worked okay, but tweak this. And he's been kind of experimenting like a mad scientist. That's all he does. Okay, he's obsessive. He's a fanatic when it comes to martial art. That's all he does. Training, thinking about thing, and that's all he does. He doesn't do anything else. Okay, and we show something, and we're like, holy fucking shit! Like, this is amazing, and it was already amazing. But that's how he is. And now I realize, yeah, truly, if the same technique, but I learned it from someone like that, someone who is evolving, changing, improving, pivoting, testing, experimenting. Now that's an amazing mentor. That's amazing Sifu, as if I'm concerned, right? So I take a lot of those philosophies and apply in when I'm teaching you skills. How many of you noticed XTC today is very different from XTC a year ago, 6 months ago? So whatever was there, I do not just, here's what it is and this is it. I don't like put on a shelf and I don't touch it. I'm always kind of tinkering with it. I'm like changing it up, adding new things, taking out things, and I'm testing. I'm growing. So I take a lot of that from my martial art Sifu, because I owe that to him, because that attitude, it's great. I have no attachment. I will test something, it doesn't work, I would say, forget it, let's try something else. I do not care if I came up with the idea. I have no problem to be the one that kill it and come up with something better. Because if I don't do it, nobody else will. Because everybody around me would be, no one would challenge my idea, but I need to challenge my own idea. So I have no problem. I don't even care if it makes me lose. Like if in front of all of you, if like, Sifu, I thought you said that's good and I'm changing it. Because I want what's best for the family. That's the only thing I care about. I don't care. It doesn't work. I'll tell you, it doesn't work. I tried. He's something better. I would have no hesitation. No, I said, yeah, that was good 6 months ago. Forget it. Here's something else that's better. I just keep improving it. And I guarantee you, a year from now, HTC is very different from what we are today. Same thing. And I would keep improving it. Keep improving it. So many years ago, if you heard the story, don't spoil the story. Enjoy the story. So many years ago, when I was getting a little bit of success, kind of growing a little bit, and I hit a plateau. Okay, I hit a plateau. And one day I was searching on the internet. And I was on eBay. I came across a book. And it's called Your First 100 Million. And I thought to myself, that's a pretty bossy title. That's a pretty outrageous title. Like, oh, your first 100 million, right? And I look at the price, right? It was like $400 or $500. I think it was $500 US, if I remember correctly. $400 US. And I thought to myself, come on, what kind of idiot would spend like $400 or $500 on a book? Come on, right? Because a book is typically $20. And I click on the listing because just out of curiosity, it has the first chapter of the book in the listing. So I read through the first chapter kind of halfway. Before you know it, Sifu bought it. I clicked bought, right? And I bought it. And I got the book. And I read the book within a very short period of time. And that book changed my life. How many of you ever read a book that you felt the author, like the person who wrote it, just not understands you, but like speaks to your soul? Like, it's like this person has been hiding under your bed and know all your thoughts and just describing it in a book, right? It's like incredible, right? Oh, thank you. Thank you. A lot of you put FU money. Tifu appreciates it. And it was just incredible. And after I read through the book, I'm like, I got to get in touch with this person. I don't care how, I don't care what way, I'm going to do it. Okay. So I found out that this person, his name is Dan Pena, and he lives in Scotland and lives in a 15th century castle, like a fairy tale, almost larger than life, unreal. So Sifu at the time, 20-somewhat years old, didn't know any better. So I called up the castle. Now, what happens when you call the castle? When you try to get through to this person? That's right, you get the gatekeeper. That's correct. So I called and I said, hi, this is Dan Locke. I'm calling from Vancouver. I've read Mr. Pena's book. Can I talk to him? Now the gatekeeper was, of course, like, no. Who the hell are you, right? They're trying to, like, some salesman or something like that. No. Mr. Pena doesn't have time. He doesn't take calls from strangers. So she hung up on me. Then I called back the next day. Hi, this is Dan Locke. I'm calling from Vancouver. Didn't you call yesterday? Yes, I did. I did. No, he doesn't have time. Like, stop calling us. She hung up on me. Okay. Call back the next day. This is Dan Locke. I know who you are. What do you want? Well, I just want to talk to Mr. Pan. No, it doesn't have time. Like, forget it. Don't stop calling. Right? Anyway, call back and forth, back and forth. I call the castle 13 days straight. Every day at the same time, consecutively. And by the 13th time, this time I know the assistant's name. The name's Linda. I said, Linda. It's just like, don't Linda me. Oh, I said, come on, Linda. I've been calling 13 days. Just let me talk to him 5 minutes. I promise you I won't bother you again. How's your day, by the way? Right? It's lovely, isn't it? Right? And he's like, oh my God, you're so annoying, right? Just Linda, just let me talk to him. I'll promise you I will not call back. You will never hear, I'll be out of your hair. I will not call you back. She's like, fine. And she put me through. And now, Sifu is shitting my pants. I'm like, holy shit. I'm not ready for this. I am not ready for this. Because I wasn't expecting I would go through. I thought I would call back the next day. Like, you got to give me some time to prepare. I don't know what the fuck to say. Right? I thought I'm going to try like 30, 40 times or something. I didn't expect anything, right? So, Mr. Pena, I call Big Dan, my mentor. Big Dan calls, picks up the phone. He said, this is Dan Pena. And I was studying. I was like, hi, Mr. Pena, right? This is, my name is Dan Locke. Right? I'm from Vancouver. And he's like, what the fuck do you want? This is opening. It's greeting. What the fuck do you want? And I was like, you know, and now I'm really, really nervous. And yeah, of course, Sifu didn't know XTC back then. Otherwise, I would be smooth. You know, I'm not lucky like you, having a Sifu that taught me this fucking skill. I got to figure this shit out on my own, right? Didn't know what to do. So I was like, oh, well, I read your book and I'm so inspired. You know, I don't even know why I'm calling you. Like, I'm embarrassed. I don't even know I'm calling you, but I just felt I have to talk to you. And I'd share him a little bit of my story. He said, and he'll tell you what, kid, next week I'll be in Los Angeles. Why don't we have breakfast? Settle time with my assistant. Goodbye. And he hung up on me. That was it. He hung up on me. And I was like, holy fuck. Should I go? Should I not go? What should I do? My lower self is talking now. The fucking spy, huh? Right? Should I go? Should I not go? I'm in Vancouver. I got to get a flight. And then I got to buy the plane ticket. I got to rearrange things. And then, oh my God, I got to get a hotel room. How's that going to work? What's going to happen? All these thoughts are going through my head. But then I knew I had to listen to my own gut instinct. How many of you had moments in your life that you were scared of death to make a decision? But then you listen to your gut instinct, you're like, I gotta do it. I don't know how, I don't know why. I just gotta do it. It's the right thing to do. And I did. So I flew to Los Angeles. I met him in the hotel. Mr. Pena coming down the elevator. And I was in my oversized, unfit suits with my spiky hair, pimple on my face with my glasses, and my cheap shoes, by the way. And we talked, and we had breakfast. We talked for hours. We talked for probably 2 hours, 3 hours, something like that. He gave me that time. I was nobody. I had nothing to offer. But he spent that time with me. And at the end of that breakfast, I asked him the question, Mr. Pena, thank you for your time. And by the way, here's a quick tip. If you're having lunch, dinner with a successful person, pick up the tab. Okay? Don't be asking them to pay. They're already giving you the time. So I pay for it. So I pick up the tab and I ask him, Mr. Pena, can you be my mentor? I asked him the question. I was so scared. And he said, no fucking way. No fucking way. That's his reply. 3 words. And I was shocked because I thought he liked me. I thought like we connected. Well, I just had breakfast. It's great. Everything's going great. And I said, well, why? And he said, you're not ready. And I was like, okay, then when would I be ready? And he said, you're not ready. I'll let you know when you're ready. And that was it. And after that, we kept in touch through email. I'll email back and forth. And that continued for a period of time. And then later on, I was having a conversation with him. And he said, well, Kid, he always calls me Kid. The Kid, do you still want to learn? I said, yeah, of course. Well, I am doing a seminar at a castle, December, with 4 or 5 people. It's a very small group. Why don't you come? I said, yes, awesome, finally. Been waiting for this. And he's like, okay, set up the time with my assistant. We will set things up. Okay, great. Right now, what I didn't know when I talked to the assistant is the cost 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds to go to the castle. And at the time with US currency, with like the flight, everything is like 20 somewhat K, probably in US dollars. And now Sifu was already making some money, 6-figure, but it's I have income, but I was still, it's a stretch. It's basically all the money that I have in the bank, right? I think I will also use a little bit on credit card. It's a stretch, right? It's a lot of money, 20K, 20 somewhat K, right? So I went to the castle. It was back then when I went to the castle. Let's see if it looked like. You see my shoes? See those cheap fucking shoes and the pants that drags to the ground that doesn't fit, right? And my uncle's coat, by the way. You don't see the sleeves, but it's very long. Okay, that was me. And when I went to the castle, there were a few other guys. And it transformed my life. Not so much what I learned from it. I want to say this because what Big Dan was teaching was too advanced for me. Mergers, acquisition, it's too advanced. Like I was still trying to figure business out. It didn't apply. Like he's talking about doing such a big deal. It just doesn't, it's out of my context. But there's one thing that I got out of it more than anything else is the abundance that you could have, like how big the world is. Keep in mind, I was living with my mom, right? In a small condo. So there, now I went to this castle with a golf course, with like a butler, with, you're drinking from a like water from a crystal glass with a castle logo on it. You have a painting on the wall that's $1 million. It's a different thing. It's a different environment. It shows me what wealth is. And when I came back and I got to work, not so much from what Big Dan was teaching. Again, I couldn't apply it. It's way too advanced. It's way too advanced. But what I did get out of it was the expanding my comfort, right? And fast forward today, Big Dan's been my mentor for over a decade now. Over a decade. That's our relationship. So my first mentor, Alan, second mentor, both have been my mentor for many, many, many years. Many years. This is how I view mentorship. I don't know about you, but that's how I view mentorship. The respect I have for my mentor. Not some fucking course, not a seminar. All these years. Albert Einstein said it best. The only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance. Say with me. The only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance, because arrogance makes you more ignorant. He taught me there's a much bigger world out there. Much bigger world. And that's why it's very dangerous to believe, oh, I know it all. Well, it's what you learn after you know it all that counts. Desmond, I taught all my team Denlock. 3 phases. Not getting it, and got it. Not getting it, and got it. And I would challenge the idea of got it. Because chances are you're always between kind of not getting it, if you're learning new things, getting it, and then you empty your cup, empty your mind again, and then not getting it. I think the moment when we say we got it, that's a slippery slope. Because that's when you let your guard down. That's when your spy telling, hey, you got it, you know it. I'm not so sure about that. So question is, have you experienced tremendous growth in the last 7 weeks? Since you're in HTC, have you grown more personally and professionally in the last 7 weeks than, tell me, how many years? Put in the chat. How many years? 2 years, 5 years, 30 years, 20 years, 22 years, 7 years. So in the past 7 weeks, you've learned a ton. How many of you agree you've learned a lot? You're still processing it with all the role play, all the techniques, all the 3 steps, the agenda, right? The qualifying. You're processing it. You do understand that now you know more than 99% of the unconscious masses who are stuck in the matrix. Because when you go out there and you talk to people, you notice. Think about since you're in HTC, you go out there and you see some salespeople in the mall somewhere on the phone, and you see how they sell. How many of you cringe? How many of you couldn't stand the way they're doing it? How many of you recognize that? Fuck, they don't ask one single question. They're not finding out the needs. They don't dig up the pain. They don't know the gems. They don't know who the fuck they're talking to. They don't know what they're doing. Right? So you know more, way more than they do. At the same time, I want you to realize you also don't know shit. And this is not to disrespect you, not to put you down. I'm just stating a fact. You learn a lot, you've been overwhelmed, but you actually don't know shit. I always like to describe what you've learned as like an iceberg, right? It's a tip of a tip of a tip of the iceberg. Especially with some of the new things that we're doing now. I would be At this stage, I think it will be generous if I say 1%. Maybe. Maybe. 1% in HTC. Now, by the way, don't take my word for it. Ask my students. For those who have been studying with me for some time now, 6 months, a year, 2 years, right? Is in any way, shape, or form, is Sifu exaggerating? Am I saying that, oh, Sifu that's just exaggerating a bit? There's no way it's not even 1%. Or is Sifu pretty accurate? It's probably less than 1%. It's probably less than 1%. And this is for closing, by the way. I'm not talking about other skill sets, just strictly 100% on closing. I'm not talking about copywriting. I'm not talking about business. I'm not talking about marketing, just closing. One skill on my tool belt, maybe 1%. 1%. I keep it 1% because I don't want to overwhelm you, and I already overwhelm you. It's like I'm teaching. It's like a professor, PhD teaching A to Z. I taught you A to Z. That's about it. So even if Steve's team, we keep training you, let's say hypothetically, we keep this up every single week, like this, every single week, it'll probably take me 3 years to teach you everything we know about closing. That's assuming we're not evolving and learning anything new. There's no exaggeration. There's no exaggeration. So you've grown a lot. At the same time, there's so much more potential. There's so much you could grow if you want to, right? At the same time, you have to recognize also it's not necessary for you to know everything there's to know about closing to make a great income. Does that make sense? Like you could take different pieces. Look at all the stories. Look at all the booms that we have. For some haven't even graduated from the class. Some before the class start, they're already closing sales, earning money. They don't know 1% of what I know. That's okay. You don't need to. Does it make sense? Like you don't need to know everything there is to know about high ticket closing under the sun in order to make a great income. I'm simply saying that there's a lot to learn if you want to learn. But at the same time, you don't need to learn. You don't need to know everything because it's a blue ocean. There's no competition out there. What is a blue ocean? Think about an ocean out there. If it's a red ocean, meaning it's full of sharks, a lot of blood, very, 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 very competitive, right? When it's a blue ocean, it's like there's no competition. You have no competition. The fact is, look at other closers out there in the world, unless they're trained by me. But look at the day-to-day salespeople that you meet on the phone, in person. They all suck. They have no closing skills. Does that make sense? They have no closing skills. So you don't need to know everything, and I don't want that to be an excuse. I don't want that to be something that holds you back and say, oh, I got to know everything. You don't. You could use simply a tiny percentage. Apply what Steve is teaching you. You will get results as long as you apply it. You with me? So after the castle, I went back to my business, making some drastic changes, implementing. Not from what I learned from the castle, by the way. It's very interesting. It's not what I learned from the castle. It's more the new comfort that I have, right? Doing what I could do better. I wasn't applying. I couldn't apply. I wasn't good enough to apply. I didn't have enough experience to apply. It was way too advanced. Way too advanced. but apply in my own business in some way, like the some of the philosophies, especially when it comes to performing at a high level. And I grew my business to $500,000 a year. And I thought I was so proud of myself. I was so happy. And I thought, I'm making my mentor proud. So I had the opportunity to talk to Big Dan again. And he was asking me, well, so how's business? Right? I said, I was waiting. I was been waiting for this moment. He's going to be proud. He's going to say, awesome, good job. And I said, well, Dan, I'm, doing kind of $500,000 a year right now. Now, keep in mind, I was 20-some years old, right? Pretty damn good. $500,000, right? And he said, so what the fuck are you? A half fucking millionaire? Not quite what I expected. I was waiting for some praise, some acknowledgement here. That's not what I expected. And I was a little bit kind of taken back by it. I was like, okay. And it was serious. He wasn't teasing, he was serious. Because my standard for myself was too low. He saw more in me than I saw in myself. Next year, I doubled. I hit $1 million. Simply because of one thing that he said. Now that's a mentor. I believe a true mentor is the person who makes you do what you don't want to do so you can be who you say you want to be. Someone who makes you do what you don't want to do, what you're not comfortable with, who challenges you, who doesn't buy into your lower self bullshit so you can say who you say you want to be. That's a true mentor. And recently I had the opportunity, go back to the castle, and you saw it on YouTube, number of videos that we did. You can search for it. And Big Dan shared a story, how I called the castle 13 times and how we met in LA, how I looked poor, and I was poor. I don't think I was poor, but by his standard, I was poor. And you could see, and I'm very happy I'm able to make him proud. From that boy who was a stretch, who was struggling, hesitant to go to have a simple breakfast, go on a simple flight, to being in the castle. If you walk in the castle, the seminar room, you see Sifu's picture on it, on the Hall of Fame. Right? On the Wall of Fame. Outside the hallway, you see a drawing that I bought for Big Dan's birthday. He hanged right at the door, the front. It's a Chinese character writing Quantum Leap. And you'll see our interactions. You can watch the video after. You'll see it. That's the difference of having the right mentor can make. Do you see why I'm such a big proponent of having a mentor in your life? Because I wouldn't be where I am today without that. I am a living example of that. From who I was. You saw it. I showed you the picture, who I was when I went to the castle. To here. to having Big Dan spoke on the stage, share the stage with him at Closers in Black. It's incredible. It's truly incredible. And now I'm mentoring thousands and thousands and thousands of people, which I could not imagine, like not in a million years, by the way. See if we would imagine I would be mentoring so many people around the world. But turns out I love to do it. I love to do it. It turns out maybe I have a little bit of a gift. That I could teach, I have a knack for taking very complex concepts and teaching it in a way that you would get it. That's how we transform. Taking someone who don't know anything about closing, have no idea, no experience, and turn them into a high-ticket closer. It's a story from Danny.
Danny Lin. So Danny Lin goes, "Hi, IC family. What is up? Wait, who am I? My name is Danny Lin. I'm from season 5. I'm here to share my boom. I don't remember my 8, 9, 10 booms, but it's my boom time. Boom! Wow, time flies. It's 2019. I've been really busy on my big projects. Small boom, closed a real estate deal, just connected a deal to Realtor. Realtor paid me $6,750. This is good money. Boom! Do you want to hear my crazy deal? So crazy deal? Another real estate deal. People paid me cash. Big bag of cash. That is insane. I was like, man, what should I do with the cash? Anyway, tax benefit. I got a way to handle it. Haha. The guy said, thank you very much, Danny, and paid me $120,000 in check, $130,000 in cash. I cannot show you all cash. We'll just show a pile of cash. Wow, $250,000. Very juicy commission. I just so love to close big deals. I just sit and smile to tear out. So fun. Closing has become my habits. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Sifu Dan, Desmond, Tina, HTC for life. Love, Danny Lin.
Can you see how many smiley faces? Can you see how many like ha ha ha? And people say money doesn't make you happy. Believe me, you get paid $120K check, $130K in cash, you would be smiling. You would have a lot of smiley emoji too. You would how many would be pretty damn fucking happy that day? It's a good, forget good day, it's a good fucking year.
Sifu, I would be like, what 130,000 cash? I have no recollection of that.
$250,000. And she was surprised. And that was just in the beginning, right? Let's continue with Danny.
Yes. Then Danny goes, hi, HTC brothers and sisters. It's me, Danny Lin again. How are you all doing? Are you all ready for this exciting news? I'm very, very happy. Just like 3-year-old kid jump up and down, up and down. I closed my first boom, my real estate 26 townhouse project. It sold for $1.95 million. My net profit is $1.25 million. I don't know how many zeros. I'm so happy. Let me tell you this. I believe Sifu's philosophy. I attend live class and watched his video over and over. I wanted to learn his multi-skill. I studied very hard. After studying Sifu's 6-figure formula, pick up those skills called JV Partner. Oh my God, so powerful. With JV Partner skill, I also closed 2 people who quit their job and come to work for me. I feel myself is so strange and full of those ideas from Sifu. I keep applied those ideas into my business that I learned from the class. My business benefited a lot, and my business is growing to next level. I've been in business for over 17 years. This is the first time I taste something so differently. The more I study, the more sweeter it tastes. Sifu, you are amazing. I really appreciate it. Sifu said, once I see the matrix and the green code, I will never be myself again. So the brand new Danny Lin, already born. Sifu Danny Lin, I thank you very much. Now, HTC brothers and sisters, we will be multi-skilled owner and we will be high ticket closers. I will see you there.
By the way, how many of you noticed that Danny doesn't type perfect English? Like, in fact, the grammar is not very good. So is she applying everything I teach her? Or is she just applying some of it? Didn't stop her from closing some deals. Some pretty big deals. And it closes in black. How many have seen Danny's video when she shared her story? Isn't she amazing? And that closes in black. See, we handed her the award, the 7-figure closer award. And it goes to someone who's made, not close, made net, put in her pocket over $1 million in order to get one of these awards. And Danny Lin made $2.2 million. $2.2 million.
To stack on top of that, for all of you out there, she is a single parent. Single parent, no excuses.
Oh, but I guess this only works for single parent. If you're like married, that probably won't work for you, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It won't work for you at all. No, you got to be single parent to make this work.
That's right. Maybe she had more freedom, you know. She can do whatever she wants.
All that. Yeah, you need the kids, the motivation, spouse, support, all that stuff in order to make it work, right? Yeah. So you're not single parent and no hope. There's no hope for sure, right? $2.2 million. So the question is how much you could make. It's all up to you. You can use it to make $22. You can use it to make $2,200. You can use it for 2.2. Same, by the way, same Sifu. It is not like Danny is getting a access to. In fact, you are getting way more training than what she used to get. We didn't have the pre-training in the past. We didn't have the CIB videos from the past. You're getting way more than what she got. But again, maybe it's too much. You're spoiled. I don't know. Maybe I should give you less. I should take out some of the classes. Let's make it just 2 classes instead of 7. But she only applied some of it. Some of it. And she was giving you everything on a silver platter. You just need to apply. And I mentioned in week 1 that don't call me Sifu unless you mean it. I say it, and that stays true. It stays true. Sifu for a day, Sifu for 7 weeks, Sifu for life. I simply share with you my philosophy of how I view my martial art Sifu, my business Sifu. That's me. And I say the same thing. Don't call me Sifu unless you mean it. There's nothing wrong with calling me Dan. Call me Dan, it's fine. Unless you believe I made an impact in your life. Unless you mean it. High ticket money secret number 6, multiple ways to learn. Now, this is very, very critical. And this is also so now I'm going into some of the new development that we have within HTC. So pay attention. Pay attention. Especially from, I know you're joining all the graduates. You're joining Sifu for this particular class. Okay. And I know you have some questions. So go ahead as I go through some of these steps that ask away. Okay. I'm here. So number one. So there are multiple ways you could use your high ticket closing skill. And what Sifu doesn't want is, I don't want you to feel restricted and you feel like, oh, I can only apply it for one way, not the other. So I'm going to open your mind. What am I going to do? Open your mind, the possibilities, different ways you could use this skill. Because essentially, at the end of the day, what it boils down to, HTC is not just a sales skill. It's a life skill. You could use it however you want. Makes sense. So number one, closing for your own products and services. How many of you right now are selling your own products and services right now, this moment? Put in the chat. So if you're closing for your own products and services, does that mean it doesn't count? Does that mean, oh, I guess that's not HTC if I'm closing for myself? Of course it counts. And it is the fastest and easiest way to earn because you are tapping into something that you already do. You prosper where you're planted. Write this down. Prosper where you're planted. So don't discredit yourself. Oh, I'm not doing exactly. You're closing. It's a spy that's talking. You recognize that? Well, it doesn't count if it's you're closing your own products. Fuck you, it counts. Should be proud. That's exactly how you should implement it. Low-hanging fruit, right? A close is a close, a close. A boom is a boom is a boom. There's nothing wrong with that. Boom.
Mohammed Kosama. Boom! Here is my first boom. Today, I'm excited I closed 10,000 seed investments in my business into a business competition where I became the first winner of the competition. Although it was an outbound closing, and I did it in the HTC way with confidence and conviction. Do you remember the other day when Sifu Denlock was at StarCon event? He showed us that the entrepreneurs may have a good idea, but they don't know how to sell. And today, I borrowed Sifu's strategy. I would like to share with you the strategies implemented that allow me to close $10,000 within 8 minutes. I went to the venue a night before the event to get comfortable. I did my homework to understand the audience and the other startups and who are pitching before me in the competition. I practiced over and over again. Happy birthday to you, Sifu.
So could you see how you can close for your own products and services? In this case, right, closing for investment, raising capital, funding for the ventures. You could use your closing skill to raise money to fund your business. It is still closing, isn't it? It closes, it closes, it closes. So that's the first way that you could use HTC. Number two, you can close for a company. There's nothing wrong closing for a company. And it's also a great way to earn while you learn. Maybe you need to get some experience. You want to take some of the experience you've gained in role play, you want to apply it in the real world. Get some experience, what it's like. So you earn while you learn. Doesn't mean you have to close for a company forever. Does that make sense? Doesn't mean you don't. And maybe I saw the comment where maybe even though you don't get paid now to close for that company, that's okay. Because what you learned, the experience you have, you are using the leads to get better. No one could take that away from you, right? And then you can go back and close them on giving you a commission. You become so damn good. And you say, you know, I've brought in all this revenue. I'd like to talk about a new compensation structure. You could close them on that as well. If you're bringing all these sales, and if they say no, they say, well, then I'm going to go and knock on your competitor's door and close for them instead. Practice. And Joe is a good example. Joe closes for a company. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, Joel, 30-day boom report. I've closed $347,000, 201, and earned approximately $37,600 in commission. After CIB 2018, I found an in-home closing position for a luxury residential remodeling company. I closed homeowners all over Western Washington on a premium, high-ticket, lifetime roofing system. The average ticket is $30,000, can range from $15,000 to $80,000 plus. I'm here to share with you, we are not limited to simply close for an online influencer. We have the world at our fingertips. There are so many companies out there in desperate need of high caliber closers to take their customers off the market. What areas are you passionate about? What do you enjoy or know well? There is demand for closers in damn near every area of life and business, meaning you can find a way to apply your HTC skills in more arenas and you might think, and get paid handsomely for your efforts. Now, Sifu, if I may stack on this as well too, because I've definitely worked with Joel quite a bit. I remember him at CIB 2018 when he was literally on the verge of, he couldn't afford things, his girlfriend and himself. And I remember the story of he wanted to join the HTM and he wanted to do, but he was just literally, he had no money. And then a few months later, I think something of a fire was lit under his ass, and he got really passionate right after CIB, the CIB effect. And he came back to the following CIB, and this time he applied. And this time he had made something like close to he had done over $1 million in sales and made something like 250,000, 300,000 in commissions by that point. And he was pissed because he actually qualified for the six-figure awards, and he didn't submit his JOT forms, and he couldn't go up on stage. So he talked to me about that. And I'm sure, Sifu, you know, because you saw his post recently inside the internal chat, where he closed one of his largest deals, which was 82,000, just a single one deal, 82,000 just recently as well. So hats off to you, Joel. Keep up the good work.
Well, I guess there's no money closing for a company. It's only 37K, right? There's no money in that. There's no money in closing some roofing system. What the hell is that? Oh,
and to add icing on the cake, I challenged Joel. I was like, "Come on, dude, what are you waiting for? How come you haven't, how come you haven't presented the ring yet?" And he closed his fiance into saying
now
yes.
That is closing. That's congratulations.
Closing.
That's great. That's great. Congrats. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, trust me. If you want marriage, that's a close. That takes some closing skill when you want someone, when you propose, right? When you want someone to commit to you, and you commit to the part to your wife, to your husband, for sure. That's closing right there. You can definitely apply, right? So closing. Dating, same. Wedding, same. And this is a great little quote I saw from Jacob the other day, and I love it. And that's, don't quit your job to become a closer so you can quit your job. Because one of the questions, yeah, that's right, Jacob. Great quote, by the way. I saw that. I love it. So because I do get this question, should I quit my job? Well, don't quit your job to become a closer. Become a closer, make the money so you can quit your job. In the beginning, you might have to juggle a little bit of both while you're developing your skill. Don't try to get away from something while you're learning. Still have the income coming in. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't even care if the job you're doing, maybe you don't enjoy it at the moment. That's okay. But some way, shape, or form, you could apply your closing skill, even as little as communicating with people at your work. Does that make sense? So don't feel restrict. Oh, I'm not closing for influencer, then I'm not closing. It's not true at all. You can use it for so many ways. And look at Joe, very successful, 6-figure income, working for a company. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Number 3, you can close for an influencer. And that's the very kind of the one of the models that we teach, a very core models that we teach within HTC. You choose an influencer, and see, we taught you this already, with a high ticket offer, maybe multiple high ticket offers, right? And you can close for them.
And
But
Sifu,
it only, yeah, go ahead.
oh, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know, and I know when we wrote the slides, we put influencer, right? But I also just want everyone to remember, like, don't just think influencer, think business owner. Business owner. If you pick up what Joel was just saying there, think influencers are great, but go outside of the internet space. There are business owners that need you. So add the word influencer, but also add the word business influencer to your vocabulary.
That's right. And you only be effective by being selective. Remember the 4 part of the formula. Your closing skill plays 25% equation. 25% of the equation.
All right. Boom.
All right, so
Oh, I got you. This one's so just closed my second influencer. He has a 5,000, a 10,000, and a 20,000 package. Commission will be 5%, and if I'm doing good, I will make 10%. I'm even thinking of dropping my first influencer because this influencer is just on another level. Just follow what Sifu is saying and you will see the results. I can't even realize it yet. Just have a nice evening, HTC family, and you're closer than you think.
Your first influencer may not be your last influencer. Don't get attached to the influencer, get attached to your skill set. Having a bad influencer as the first ones may not be so bad because you fucking learn from it. You work through the stuff. You sharpen your skill. Then you apply your new experience to the next account. To the next account. And every single time you level up. Closing is a team. So we talked about closing in a company, closing for yourself. Now let's talk about closing for a team. And for some of my students from the past, you may not know this. That's the new structure we've been using for the last few months within HTC, right? That's what you want to explain? Or Joe explain either way.
Okay, so basically with the new structure, can everyone remember the old structure where we used to have just a couple of closers come in and we used to consider them the Sifu's closers, right? Then we also had the rising stars for the closers that were trying to come in and we're giving them sort of like the cold leads and just kind of putting them through the paces. We also had the closers in training. Well, what happened to the like the prospects that maybe they watched the webinar, but they never booked a call? Or maybe they were the prospects that came in and a closer took the call, but maybe they weren't ready and nobody followed up with them, right? So all those things were called unqualified leads, or we had these leads that were in our email lists or email sequences called unconverted leads. So Joel worked really hard. Sifu had challenged both myself and Joel, and we learned some different methodologies from, people that built massive closing teams. People like Aaron Ross had worked with Salesforce, and from that we extracted a system. Now Joel was really good at implementing that system, and what he did was Sifu had challenged him. He said, "Joel, take the internal team and form this new structure." So as you know, we used to use a lot of military terms, and so instead of calling us the snipers or those kind of things, we decided to break into 2 teams. The snipers and the SWAT team. Now, in the chat, tell me, between a sniper and a SWAT team member, who do you think does more work? Who do you think has to be in more danger if you visualize that situation? The SWAT team. Yeah, because you see, the sniper gets to sit on the perch. They sit there, they wait for a target to enter the kill zone or the kill box, and then normally the spotter seeing it lets the sniper know, sniper takes the shot. Really good, 1 shot, 1 kill, takes a lot of discipline, gets it. Right? Maybe not too many opportunities, but they take the shot. Whereas the SWAT team, they got to go out there. They have to take the initiative. They've got to break the door down. Maybe there's some booby traps. Watch out for that IED. Oh my gosh, someone's up there shooting down at us, throwing a grenade into the room. You got to take out all those different things. Breach the door open. Take your shot. Make sure you don't hit the hostage and take out the terrorist. Save the hostage. Get out of the building. So this analogy, I know it sounds crazy, but we used it to define the different types of closing roles. And what we found as well too were not all closers were created equal. Some closers actually really excelled at being in the sniper team, or what we call the sharpshooters or the marksmen. Others were really good, like Christy, who discovered that she was really good at being a breacher, which is the people that actually do the outbound, or in the business world, we call that SDR. She was really good at setting those appointments, getting those first contacts, and helping to set up the call for the sharpshooters. So does that make sense for everyone? You can see here how the breachers, they're going outbound. You can see the blue left there. And then what they do is they get those unqualified leads, or they set those appointments and they send it over to the sharpshooter. Sharpshooter takes the call. Now, on the other hand, they're marketing qualified leads. The marketing team is attracting people, inbound leads. Those inbound leads come in, but not all those leads are qualified. So the marksman on the bottom left, they take those calls, they qualify them, they set them up, and they tag team to hand them off to the sharpshooters. Sometimes they even get hot leads that come in. It's a hot handoff, and they hand it off to the sharpshooter. Sharpshooter closes the deal. Now, what happens to those people who are not ready? Perhaps they need 6 months. Maybe they need 3 months. Maybe they need to figure out some, OPM. So that's why they pass it off to the strikers. Strikers have a different skill. You see, strikers are there to nurture. They're there to encourage, maybe even hold them accountable. They, kind of coaching a bit. So the strikers have a different skill set. And once the strikers get them warmed up and ready again, they send them back to the sharpshooters. Sharpshooters help to close the deal. So it's a team effort here. Inbound, outbound, team effort. Is everyone getting this?
So think about a scenario, right? Where let's say a company, anyone that's doing marketing, any company that's driving a lot of leads, almost without exception, it's like a bucket, it's a leaky bucket, right? They're only getting a fraction of the value from all the marketing dollars they spend. For example, for a company, let's say if they run an event or they are doing any kind of marketing online, most of the time when you ask them, so what are you doing with the unconverted leads? Almost without exception, they will say to you, nothing. Because they all spend their time on just the converted leads, maybe just inbound. So what happens is, write this down, inbound leads cost a lot of marketing dollars because you are driving traffic to it from the top of the funnel to filter it down at the end when they book a call. From 100 people at the end booking a call, maybe it's only 2 or 3. What happens to that 97? Because each step filters them out. The answer is nothing. Most business owners are not paying attention to that. So calling unconverted leads is like picking up free money. Picking up what? Free money. They've already spent the money on driving those prospects, leads into the funnel. So what happens is when we approach the client, the business account, not as an individual closer, but with a team, and we say, so what are you doing with those unconverted leads? Or nothing. You've already spent the money. Well, do you mind if we call them? Do you mind if we close some sales for them, for you? It builds confidence, establishes trust with the business client immediately, because in unconverted leads, at least it didn't cost them money because they've already spent the money. You with me? They've already spent the money. And business clients, like, gladly they pay us a bigger percentage upfront because those are money they would never have made if it wasn't for us closing anyway. So then what happens is they could take the profits now to invest back to marketing, bring in more leads from top of the funnel. That means more income for you and more income for your family. So as part of a closing team, then we're not saying that, oh, hey, we're not approaching the scenario as, oh, here are a couple closers. We're approaching as a fucking team. We're here to scale a company's revenue. It's a very different proposition. Do you see it? It's a very different proposition.
All right. Warning, long post. Hi, HTIC family. It's been a while since I post here. It has been busy for me since CIB, but today I want to share my story and an update, hoping to give you some hope of what is possible. Here's my story. I joined HTC in January, which 10 months ago, hoping to transition out from my corporate America job. Today, I'm still doing this full-time job, as you've probably seen in some of my posts. I'm not where I want to be yet, but I'm making progress. That's what matters. I used to make excuses that I cannot do HTC while having a full-time job. I couldn't do HTC because my English is not perfect. I couldn't do HTC because I have no time. I couldn't do HTC because I haven't done enough role play. I couldn't do HTC because I haven't rewatched the lesson enough times. I couldn't make HTC work because I don't have opportunities to fit my schedule. I was frustrated and was angry at myself. Then one day, I realized that I was the one holding myself back from progress. I was holding myself back from the progress towards my goal. I was telling myself with all of these excuses. From that moment, I was determined to make HTC work for me. I would do whatever it takes. I put myself out there. I applied whatever opportunities I saw within IC family and outside IC. Then boom, I got selected to be part of SWAT. I've been part of SWAT for almost 5 weeks now. I've set 6 qualified appointments and 5 of them got closed. Total amount, $1,985 in revenue. I wish I could tell you it's easy, but it's not easy, but it is possible. Once you're focused on why you can do it, then it's possible that you can.
Can you see how it's possible? That's all Steve wants you to say. It's possible. When you believe in the possibility, you'll take the action accordingly. It's possible.
Boom! Number 1. Hello, family. Sorry for my silence lately. Took me a while to get since season 11, but I finally fucking have it. My first boom, 2.5K HIC at 20%. I look a lot calmer than I imagined it to be because I visualized this multiple times in my mind. I've had the privilege of being selected to be a part of Sifu's SWAT team. It's only my 5th day today in SWAT. It's been an absolute rewarding experience to be in this team as I feel it brings out the best in me. I get to be Ruby as fuck. Lol. And the best part is that I love helping people as part of Sifu's mission. I want to thank my team's amazing sharpshooter, Tatiana Petrov, and the other members in SWAT who supported me as it was extremely overwhelming for me to start. Lastly, I want to thank Sifu Dan Locke, everyone in TDL, and especially Joel and Felix for showing faith in me and giving me a chance to prove myself in SWAT.
Can you see the power of team? Everybody contributes. Everybody work together as a team.
$3,000 boom. You don't want to miss this post. 2 minutes. Yes, I did it again. 14 years old. But many people were expecting some booms in a row. From last time I was posting, but I was experiencing issues with my influencer. Good news, I got this new opportunity. I'm working with the influencer of my dreams. With this close comes a great lesson and victory. I'll tell you a bit more about the prospect first. The prospect was very Emerald Sapphire, and as you can imagine, had lots of questions that he listed up for me. Although I didn't have to answer any one of them, lucky me, there were really specific questions. The questions were mostly how questions. How am I going to succeed? How can this work for me? I've seen some bad reviews. How can you guarantee me, ... How did I get rid of my lower self questions from the prospect? I went to their needs first. I set firm agenda. Let's get started. I started building rapport. Pain, dreams, qualification, close. I closed them without answering any questions. Isn't that amazing? And let me tell you, this only worked because I over-prepared and I fully believed what I was closing for. fully believed what I was closing for. Practice and practice mindset and mindset. Proud to be in SWAT. Family, I'm 14 years old and I can do it, so can you. George David, this guy for the amazing leadership and teamwork.
I guess I don't know, XCC. I guess if you're not 14 years old, it probably won't work for you. Oh, you're not single parent, it probably won't work. Only works for single parent and 14 years old. Right? Like you're 15, it's over. Forget it. Not gonna work. Not gonna work at all. A 14-year-old closing sales. Seriously. For those of you who have kids, they're teenagers, put them to work. Let them bring in some income. You invested a lot of money to kids, turn them into an asset. Make it like homework, after school homework. Let's close some sales. Let's get on the phone, right? Goes towards education. You know, education is expensive. Right? He was teasing you.
You close the sale and you can pay for the steak dinner tonight too.
That's right. So why closing as a team? Because you could focus on what you do best. Breachers, strikers, marksmen, and snipers. In fact, let's see if I ask you this question. How many of you see yourself as a breachers? That you maybe a sapphire, you love talking to people, breaking down those barriers, right? It's like, make it happen. I can connect, right? I can connect with people like that. I'm not afraid to pick up the phone. How about how many of you see yourself as marksmen? You're able to quickly qualify. See if there's a need that you can quickly disqualify the people who are not qualified, but then you can qualify people and set up the time, setting up for the snipers to close the sale. How many see yourself as more like a marksman? Very precise, right? Very strategic. What about snipers? How many see yourself as the one call close, being able to go deep, be able to kind of figure out the gems, be able to have those deep conversations, maybe level 3 ping, level 2 ping, right? That you're patient, you could listen, you could engage, you could let them talk. And what about strikers? How many see yourself strikers? You know what? I'm going to get the most amount of commission because I'm closing sales and no one can close, right? You can close it. Give me all those unconverted leads just all day. Let me follow up. Let me add value. Let me keep giving them value. Get them on the phone. When ready 2 months ago, now you're ready, right? Close sales that people couldn't close. Your brothers couldn't close. You go in and just boom, close those high ticket sales. How do you see yourself as more like a striker? You want to challenge. So this way we create more wealth and more revenue for the business accounts because we go in not as a singular, like a single individual closing service, but a scaled team. You got unconverted leads. You got leads that you need to reach out, outbound, inbound, and in a moment, pay very close attention, right? In a little bit, Steve is going to share a completely new structure for XTC, a path for you. And this is the first time ever.
Sifu, and before you get them excited on that, I just want to let you know, like, this is one of the reasons why the business accounts, literally in the last few days, we're ready to close several accounts. I'm on the call with them and I'm explaining to the business owner, and we usually go in there more pragmatic, more manage expectations, and we play things down because we know not everything is going to be perfect, especially the first 30, 60, 90 days. But we also live up to expectations as HTC closers, right? So I always tell them, I say, look, when we first start, we're going to be doing the inbound. So let's make sure your inbound, your marketing is good, your marketing, we conduct these marketing meetings. They're blown away by how professional our teams are, how organized. We bring in the intellectual capital, the technological capital, structural capital, the human capital, and they're happy to hear that we work well with their marketing teams, that we're going to have mature conversations. Then get this, many times I'll always ask the question, what's happening? How big is your email list, or how big is this list? Well, what happened to the people that didn't actually book a call? And they said, oh, no, nobody's calling them. I said, oh my God, how much money did you spend on those? And they always get blown away by that. And I said, okay, hold on. I didn't say that the closers would actually go after those in phase one. Now, that's something that the leader may discuss with you. It is something that some of our closers are trained to do, but would that help your business? And you can tell that they're very excited about it, but I have to manage the expectations. So if you ever get placed on a business account, do us a favor. Go in there, do really amazing, get learned and up and running fast in the inbound as quickly as possible. Speak to your leader and start asking questions about, hey, what can we do to help with the unconverted leads? Because if you guys can set up, we've got the structures in place, we know how to do it. We just don't want to overly excite the business owner. But guess what? If you guys can get up and running faster and you can get that in place, you can make more money. And guess what? The business owners are happier with what you're doing. You're bringing more revenues, more commissions for you, and then they can recycle that money and put it back into more marketing dollars, which drives more inbound. So once again, what did I say? Don't go jumping in there right away. Learn and master the inbound very quickly within the first 30, 60, 90 days, which is normal, right? You got to learn that. And then start asking questions to your leader to then don't go around your leader. Ask your leader to speak with the marketing director, with the owner, to see if you guys can get access to those unconverted leads and go after those. They'll really help make the business owner very happy with you and also generate more revenue for all of you. All right, Sifu, let it out of the bag.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. Okay. So in a moment, patient. Steve's going to share with you in this structure. Number 5. Now, this is interesting. You can also use your closing skill just to help other people. Has nothing to do with monetary results. Has nothing to do with money. But in fact, I think it's a privilege to be able to do this.
All right, Tamir Dunai. Personal boom. After very hard training of almost 2 years, I was given the opportunity to compete in the Israel Taekwondo Championship. I was very afraid, but I've decided to step out of my comfort zone and go for it. I feel the fear, but I do it anyway. There were many concerns before, but we worked hard. I kept my paleo diet very strict to stay below 70 kilograms to compete in that category. Unfortunately, the federation had done a mistake and sent me to a higher category up to 80 kilograms. The competition itself was not simple. I was fighting against people who weigh more and experienced than me. Black belts and red belts. I was beaten up, tried to keep going, and waited for the right moments. Everything I had learned and trained for had been reflected in the fights. I won a gold medal in the Israel Taekwondo Championship 2019, veterans category, up to the age of 40 and up to 80 kilograms. As I've learned from you, Sifu, the biggest determining factor for your accomplishments as a martial artist is not how many hours you train, but how hard you train. It's who trains you. Next goal to my vision board, a black belt, 2 years from today. Attached some of my local city newspaper talking about the competition and about being a role model to my son, Ethan, 5 years old, we're practicing 2 years now. Dan, this is the first time I'm calling you Sifu. I don't want to call you this way unless I mean it. Thank you for everything I have learned from you. I hope you will see my message, Tamir.
So question is Tamir using high-ticket closing skill in this case? In what way? Who is he closing? That's right. Himself. I think it's very HTC.
Okay, so this is by Jan Patrick Romero. I want to share my story from yesterday where I met Michael on an airplane to Barcelona, where we shared a special moment. So the first couple of hours, I was sitting in my seat, focused and listening to the audio replay from week 5. Earlier, Michael tried starting a conversation, but I was so busy listening to Sifu and crew. Then later on, Michael started talking again. I decided to put away my headphones and engage in the conversation and really listen with the intent to understand him. So I started asking him, so where are you traveling to? He was going to Spain to visit his eldest son, Dara, and his family, and also collect his paintings. Michael is a painter and used to be a school teacher. He had two sons. Youngest was Rory. He lived in London with his family. But Michael, who is 69 years old, said that he didn't enjoy traveling. It was hard on him. It took a toll on his body. I asked, "So what motivates you to travel?" I learned that meeting his family and spend time with his grandchildren made it worthwhile. So he opened up furthermore and told me that he was divorced. He had had one big regret in his life, that he had not spent enough time with his family. I showed sympathy and told him that I understood, then asked, "Then how are you going to solve this?" Keep on visiting his family and bond with his kids and grandkids. His relationship with his sons are better than ever. I told Michael that I can relate because my parents also divorced 3 years ago. My relationship with my parents and younger sister are stronger and more meaningful than ever before. HTC Skills took this to an even higher level. My father is 68 years old, and I understand that he is getting older and probably only have around 10 more strong years. What are your thoughts around life expectancy? So, what are the most important things that you want to accomplish the next 5 to 10 years? To know that his family is loved, taken care of, and that they are doing well. Suppose you accomplish this. How would that make you feel? Pure happiness. Michael, are you happy? I'm content, but I'm learning to be happier. I related and told him more of my story, that I'm on a mission to develop my high income skill as a closer. Goal, that I also do this for my family so that I can spend more time with them wherever, whenever we want. Then Michael started to tear up and cry. It was a beautiful moment because we really connected heart to heart with a deep and meaningful conversation. We started as strangers and ended up as friends. I felt that he felt that someone actually listened to him and cared. At that exact moment, I felt really grateful. I believe asking profound questions are one of the best gifts to give someone. We are developing to better understand ourselves and others by touching and impacting people's life. Hashtag grateful, blessed.
So is closing just about commissions? Is it you have to close a high ticket product in order to use X2C? Or could you use it with other people? Asking a simple, profound question, connecting with another soul and a human being. Closing your kids, eating more vegetables, not eating less candy. You can apply this in all areas of your life. And I could tell you, Sifu is equally proud. When I saw this post, I'm equally proud as someone closing a $20, $30, $50,000 deal. Is this less valuable of utilizing a skill just because it doesn't have money involved? No, absolutely not. So please don't discredit yourself. It's not just about getting booms. It's nice to get booms. It's exciting. It's great. It's not just about getting booms. So don't lose sight of that. Boom is a result of a reflection of your skill set. That's it. That's it. Right? Nothing more than that. Your high income is a byproduct of your skill accumulation. I'll say that one more time. Write it down. High income, it is a byproduct of your skill accumulation. High-ticket closing is simply a personal development journey attached to commissions. Do you understand now? It is a personal development journey attached to commissions. Your commissions is a reflection of your personal growth. You overcome those lower self issues. You're not afraid to go to the dojo. You're not afraid to pick up the phone. All these things, overcoming that inner demons, right? And just reflects in the commissions where you are in terms of your mindset, in terms of your skill set. It's all that is. Now, if you're not closing enough commissions yet, it simply means you're on a journey. And you're closing a lot of commissions. That's nice. That's where you're at. But does that mean that's all you could do? Does that mean you cannot close bigger deals? Does that mean this is it? This is as good as it gets? No. When you understand it's not a destination, it's a journey, your life change. When you understand HTC, it is not a destination, it's a journey, your life change. High ticket money secret number 7. It's the last secret. Money loves speed and money follows mastery. Money follows mastery. So if high ticket closing is simply a personal development journey attached to commissions, then how do we know how good you are as a closer? How strong is that foundation? What is your self-image? How do we know? How could we tell? Tell me, how could we tell? How do we know? It's like a tree. You want to know, are the trees, let's say an apple tree. You want to know the roots? You want to know what's going on? Is the apple sweet? Is it juicy? Is it red? Or is it rotten? You want to know your personal development? Look at your own life. It's always a reflection of that. Nothing less, nothing more. You want to know if you're truly confident, you truly have the skill set, truly have the mindset right, the mindset down. Look at the fruit. The fruit tells you everything you need to know about the roots. Not talking about rah-rah motivation. No, I'm talking about just fact. Look at the fruit. It tells you everything about the roots. You don't need to explain the fruit. How many recognize? You don't need to explain the fruit. You don't explain the fruit. Oh, it's actually not that bad. It's actually still growing. You don't need to explain any of that. Just look at your own fruit. It tells you everything you need to know. You want to know if you still have lower self issue? Look at the fruit. Do we have to do some of that poverty programming? Look at the fruit. Look at the result. Look at your life. If you're growing, you see result. You see it's kind of green turning red, becoming a nice, healthy, sweet apple. You're growing. You know, when you grow, your commission check grows. In fact, see if we challenge you, try to grow without having your commission check grows at the same time. Impossible. So it is not that you become a better closer, you make the money, then you become a better version of yourself. It is what? It is you become a better version of yourself first. Your closing skill will follow. then you earn more commissions. It's not the other way around. It's always going to be like that. And it has nothing to do with how long you've been with me. Unless you take on that responsibility, you alter that self-image. And you say, I'm a high-ticket closer. I take extreme ownership. And I practice. And I grow. It's a cool story.
Eric Kim, finally done. My last item on my vision board is complete, and it all started right here. HT has enabled me to be the best version of myself, and although I still have a lot to work on, I have a great start at my new entrepreneur journey. Thank you, HTC, for changing my life. I am investing in myself more than ever. The Maserati was a treat for myself and the biggest wealth trigger after my precious family and friends. Remember to reward yourself for every victory. It's especially important for a closer to have that mindset and money on demand attitude. Your prospects will thank you. Now, where should we go from here? Thank you, Dan Locke and team, and my role-playing brothers and sisters, Peter Kim, Brandon C., Sandy Gum, and William Hyun.
Question is, because Eric bought the Maserati, that he becomes a better version of himself, or he first became a better version of himself so he could close better, become a better closer so he could afford the Maserati? Does the Maserati define his closing skill? Does it even define who he is? No. It could be any car. It could be any car. So what determines your success is not what you did during the last 7 weeks. Money follows mastery. It's what you continue to do after 7 months, 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years. You're in the dojo. You're practicing, right? How many of you are role playing, right? You're kicking the pad, right? You're practicing with each other, handling objections, setting the agenda, qualifying, closing, and you're practicing. You're practicing in a safe environment. What kind of environment? A safe environment. Problem is, when you go out there, it's not going to be like this. It's more like this. So you're practicing and hitting the bag. You're like, yeah, that's cool. I'm role playing out there. It's not pretty. Now you're dealing with real objection, real prospect, and there's money on the line. Remember, problem with most people. What is it? They overestimate how well things will go, and they underestimate the skill that it takes until they get the ass kicked by real prospects in the real world. Why we want to, let's sweat in the dojo so you bleed less in the real world. So instead of thinking about, oh, in the outside world, it's going to be like this. No, it's going to be like this. Train for this. Don't train for this. Train for this. I guarantee you're going to face rejections you don't know how to handle. When you're on closing call, do you think you're going to face some rejections? And you're going to be rejected by partners, business account, business owners multiple times. You're going to fall back onto your lower self from time to time. Is it possible? Is it probable you'll fall back to your lower self from time to time? You're going to have a prospect who backed out after he closes on the phone. You have the commitment, and they say, no, I changed my mind. Do you get a scam? You're going to get scammed by an influencer. Maybe the influencer is not solid. You've been closing a couple of sales, and then they don't fucking pay you. Is that possible? Oh, see, that's not going to happen. And you might get fired by an influencer in your best month ever. No fault of your own, by the way. No fault of your own. Could be someone else within the team, in the influencers team, is jealous of you. Now you're closing too good. And you're gonna have family and friends to tell you to give up. How many of you already have family and friends to tell you to give up? You're gonna get critics. You're gonna get haters. The more successful you become, the more critics and haters you get. You're gonna get lazy. You're gonna lose focus. You're gonna be tempted, very tempted, to jump to the next shiny object syndrome. Because you want to get to that next, do something else. My self-sabotage. I see this. You're going to make the same mistakes twice, 3 times, in some cases, maybe even 4 times. Is that possible? So that's even tell you the world is not fair. The world ain't fair. The reality is cruel. And the world doesn't want you to succeed. Do you now understand? The world doesn't want you to succeed. It is set up not wanting you to succeed. And that's why most people don't succeed. It's not nice. I have a more pessimistic view of the world. This is not fantasy land here. People are not nice. Most people are not nice. That's okay. It's just what it is. So we know, okay, if the world doesn't want me to succeed, let's not underestimate that. Let's be prepared for that. Whatever it might come. Make sense? Instead of going out there, oh, it's going to be great. I'm going to talk to one prospect. I'm close first time, first call, 5K, boom. It's going to be exactly like that. It's going to be great. Right? Next call, 100% close. No problem. No. You got to have tough skin, yeah? Tough skin. So, in the last 7 weeks, how many felt like this? Not drinking from a fire hose, drinking from a waterfall. In fact, how many today you felt like you're drinking from a waterfall just today? Right? It's a lot to take in, a lot to digest, a lot to understand. Yes? So if there's a way, and only if you want to, there's a way that Sifu could support you, the team could support you. What if there's a way for you to continue the journey with us? Would that be valuable to you? To cement some of these skills into your DNA. So it's not just kind of at a surface level, but you get it through repetition. And we continue our mentor-mentee relationship. And for those who want to, it's not for everybody. And this level of mentorship is not open to the public. It is only available to the graduates of HTC. We only offer this to my students who have graduated from HTC. And it's not for everyone. In fact, you cannot just write a check for it. You cannot just say, Sifu, I'll pay for it, I'm in. No, it doesn't work that way. We used to do it that way. And we found out that for some, writing the check doesn't equal commitment. We want to grow our family and we want to grow it to a global community. We want the best students, the best leaders, the best closers possible. It's application only. And here's what's going to happen when you apply. Let me explain. You're going to talk to my team. They are going to do their best to talk you out of it. You tell them why you belong here. Because we've learned, if we have to twist your arm, we have to gotta convince you to do this. If Sifu wants your dreams more than you do, something is wrong. Does that make sense? I'm talking about the high ticket closer inner circle. HTCIC. What is HTCIC? You can see the dojo. This is not kindergarten. This is advanced. HTC is all about teaching you the skill set and the mindset you need to be a high ticket closer. In the last 7 weeks, have you learned the mindset of what it takes to be a high ticket closer? Yes or no? Have you developed some skill set of what it takes to be a high ticket closer? Have you been practicing some of these new skills, although they seem foreign in the beginning? With Inner Circle, it's all about taking your new high income skill and making money with it. It's all about monetization. Right now, after you graduate, there's nothing that stops you today. Go out there. You can close one of those multiple ways. Closing for a company, closing for yourself, closing for an influencer, closing as a team. There's nothing that stops you. But here's your career path. Are you ready? I'm going to show you something very, very profound. Are you ready? Yes? I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to take a little bit of time to walk you through this, okay? This is the high ticket millionaire path. Boom. For someone that comes in, level 1, that's where you were 7 weeks ago. In terms of skill set, non-existent. Focus. Who am I? What should I do? The challenge you had at level 1, no skill, no income. You didn't have, how many of you didn't have a high income skill? Didn't even understand the concept of high income skill before HTC? Then now, while in 7 weeks, you've learned level 2. You've learned the skill of inbound B2C, business to consumer closing. And your focus right now for some is, how can I make my first sale? Yes? How can I get the first sale, the first boom? The challenge you have is lack of confidence at the moment. But every level, there's another devil. With Inner Circle, we focus on level 3 and 4. We're going to focus on developing and training you on the outbound B2C closing skill. The focus is, how can I have more well-rounded closing skills? Not just inbound B2C, but I can also do outbound. I can do sniper closing deal. I can be breacher. I can be a striker. At level 3, your challenge will be lack of patience because you're learning something even more advanced. And then level 4, you also have inbound B2B. Now, what's the difference between B2B and B2C? B2B is business to business. You are now closing business owner companies, small companies, mid-sized companies. Much bigger deal. The income potential that you have because you're now closing much bigger deal. The focus is, how can I close bigger deals? Because now you know you can do B2C closing, you can do outbound B2C closing, you can do inbound B2B closing. Challenge is, now you're selling to business owner, you're closing. For those who don't have a lot of business experience, you lack some business acumen. Is that possible? You don't know how to talk to business owner. You can talk to consumer, but you don't know how to talk to business owner. No different than the role play that Desmond did with Sifu, right? How do you talk to business owner? How do you talk to entrepreneurs? How do you talk to CEOs? How do you talk to executives? How do you talk to managers? And then now we also introduce level 5, which, write this down, it's ultra high ticket closer. That's going to be focusing on outbound B2B closing. The focus is on how can I create lead flow? Not wait for lead flow, create lead flow. Produce lead flow. And the challenge you'll face is lack of experience. You're going to get some experience. Don't know how to do it yet. And then we're level 6 and 7. With High Ticket Millionaire, level 6 is leading a team. Now it's not just you closing individually, but how do you lead a team of closers? How do I grow and nurture my team? You're not just focusing you getting good. You're focused on how to make other people good. Challenge is you're just stepping into leadership. You're embracing the leader within you. But you need to learn some leadership skill. And level 7, now the skill set that you have beyond leading a team is scaling companies. The focus is how do I create predictable and consistent revenue? And by that time you are closing, you are leading a team, you've got leadership skill. That challenge is going to come because now you're managing a pretty big group of people. You're leading a pretty big team. What do you need? You need system. Systems. HubSpot. Data. Lead score. Don't worry, you don't understand these terms yet. So we have HTC. We have Inner Circle. We have High Ticket Closer. HTM, it is by invitation only. Only when you're performing at a high level, you hit those milestones, then you'll be invited to go to levels 6 and 7. You do not and you cannot write a check for it. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. So now, not only you're closing yourself, you're leading a team. What does that mean? It means a level 6 and 7. And right now we have multiple leaders. Meaning you have a group of closers within your team. And you're earning an override on everything that they close. You're earning an override on everything that they close. Here's a good question. What are the milestones we need to hit for earning an invite for HTM? Number 1, you have to master the skill set of inbound B2C, outbound B2C, inbound B2B, and outbound B2B. Because in order to lead a team, you need to coach your team. Does that make sense? It means you're well-rounded. You have done it all. Because that's the only way you will be able to nurture and coach them to transfer your skill sets and your experience to them. And Sifu is going to teach you all of that. And I'm going to give you all the tools and systems, but I still need you to lead. Does that make sense? You don't need to figure anything out. We figure all these things out, but I need leaders to lead. And then you hit the income level, at least in this case, $250,000, roughly there. You'll receive the invitation. Does that make sense? That's the inner circle. That's the path. So question number 1, what's your goal? By the way, you don't have to all go to level 6 and 7. It's not for everybody. It's what if for some maybe level 3 is cool. For some level 4 is good. For some level 5 is good. What's your goal? What do you think you can do? Wow, very ambitious. I like that. Level 7. I see level 7. This is not overnight. This is gonna take some. This is not a 7-week deal. Can we agree on that? I'm not gonna set unrealistic expectations for you. It's gonna take a few years. Is it worthwhile? Is it rewarding? Is it worth it? But that's my path to you. That's my path to you. First, get you to that first step. So we are now at level 2. Did Sifu got you from level 1 to get you to level 2 through HTC, yes or no? Right? I kind of show you a glimpse of it, kind of level 3. A little bit of that first contact called tiny, like a fraction, like give you a little taste of what the outbound B2C is like. So think about if you're at level 5. Think about if you're at level 5. You can close B2B, B2C, high ticket deal, ultra high ticket deal, 6-figure deal. You can do outbound, you can do inbound. Here's a question. How confident do you think you would be? You can do all of that. Not just, oh, I can only do inbound. Like, you talk to any business account. What you got? Outbound, inbound, B2B, B2C, I got it. I got it all. I can do it all. That's true financial confidence. This is why Sifu has created this new structure. Doesn't matter. We are not limited now by certain opportunities in the marketplace. Oh, we only close for influencers. We only close for certain industry. No. We are building a global organization. As long as high ticket, because we don't touch low ticket stuff. As long as high ticket, as long as the commission is big enough, and we believe in the products, we could help. And we go in with the team. And Inner Circle is the quickest and easiest way for you to earn 6 figures. Now, the quick and easy comes from practice. By becoming the best closer that you could be. So our first goal is to get you to here. Earning the 6-figure closer award at Closers in Black. This is your number one focus, because if your goal is to be level 6 and 7, how can you lead if we don't even hit here? Does that make sense? This is the very first step. Getting to that 100K, because that's the magic number. Once we get through that 100K, I know, because Steve has seen it so many times in so many years, when you go over the 100K, it becomes your new comfort. I rarely see anyone who makes like 6-figure and then go back to making 5. In fact, imagine you're hitting 6-figure, you're hitting 100K a year. Do you think you want to go back making 50K, 60K? You're like, fuck that, Sifu, right? No, right? Next level. I want this to be a new comfort. I want you to be so uncomfortable making anything less than this. I want you to feel bad you make anything less than this. And this is earning. This is not close. This is 100K in your pocket, 6-figure. Not revenue you close. Once we get you here, but I think we're gonna stop right here. We're good. 100K. We're not gonna do more, right? 100K is pretty good. You're comfortable, right? You don't want to work that hard. It's pretty good. You can take a couple of vacations. Maybe slow down a bit. Who wants more? Once we hit here, the next goal is to get you to this. $1 million a year. That's the HTM level. By the way, you will not get here as an individual closer. It's very rare. Danny, also with the team. Can you see? There's only so many hours in a day. In order to get here, You cannot hustle. You could hustle your way to 6-figure. You cannot hustle your way to 7. You need a team. You need leverage. While you're closing, you're leading a team, building them, helping them, growing them. By the way, how are you going to get here? I could tell you, very simple. You help your brothers and sisters, you help the people on your team, the closers on your team, to get as many of these as possible. You help enough people get this, you will get this. It's that simple. The more money they make, the more money you make. So Steve has designed the entire structure. So you have to help. Because the only way for you to win is to help your brothers and sisters win. Who wants to help your brother and sister win? So you got one of these, and you are happy, you're excited, you achieve, you accomplish the milestone, and then you turn around and say, you know what? I want to help you to get out. In order for me to get here, I need you to get here. And you help the next one, you help the next one, you help the next one. And that's how I get one of these. So how does Inner Circle work? That is the structure of Inner Circle. Would you want Steve to go through some of the things that you will get, some of the privilege if you are accepted in Inner Circle? By the way, if you're even thinking about, oh, maybe, let me see, don't bother. Don't bother. If it's something they're going to try for 3 months, don't bother. Seriously, don't. Only if you're absolutely committed, get in that 6-figure and beyond. Because why? See, it was taught you enough, you can go there and close B2C inbound deals. You could make decent money doing it. Does that make sense? Because Inner Circle, fucking intense. This is a dojo. This is intense. This is not. You think HTC is intense? Inner Circle is a different thing. Now, I'll walk you through it. Do you want me to walk you through it? Yes? Okay. First of all, privilege number 1. You will get, just like our weekly class that we have now, Inner Circle, we have a weekly class every week, a 52-week closing mastery program. We continue the learning for the first year, second year, and third year. And every year, we build on the previous year. A $25,000 worth of value. Imagine every single week. What we've done in the 7 weeks, we keep doing that every week. Now, those classes are not going to be 6-7 hours long because you already have the foundation. Right? They're going to be 2-3 hours long. You're going to practice. This is about implementation. I don't want to give you too much that overwhelms you, but I want to give you just enough so it stretches you. You got to go and implement. It's all about implementation. All about implementation. And everyone starts week 1. So you're not going to be jumping into in the middle of any of the year. Everybody starts week 1, and then week 2, week 3, week 4, you're going to follow it step by step, and I will explain. So there's 3 levels of mastery. We have the belt system that we've developed, your blue belt, your red belt, and that's why you see the dojo, and your black belt. That's really where you're at. And think of it, this is like first year, second year, third year. Now, for some, you might get there a lot faster. For some, it might take you a little bit longer. But Sifu has structured the entire Inner Circle as a 3-year process to get you to that goal. It's a commitment. Can you see it's a commitment? A commitment is a commitment with a formal structure. This is the formal structure. So don't apply if you're not committed. because Sifu wants to help every inner circle members to get there. So first, we have 2 tracks. How many tracks? 2 tracks. We have a B2C track and we have the B2B track with the inner circle. So the first 3 months, you're going to go through yellow belt. You'll see the module 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Outreach, advanced closing skill, how to get influencers. And then month 4 to 6, orange belt. And then we build on what you've learned from previous, and then green belt. So the first year, you're earning actually 4 belts. 4 belts. That's the B2C. How many of you want to start off with B2C? Business to consumer, a little bit easier, right? Kind of get your feet wet, right? Build some confidence first. That's cool. How many of you have some business experience already? Put in the chat. Boom. Scott.
All right. Yesterday, my first day inside of Inner Circle. I've been working for over a year to join this group. Overcoming my lower self to get results, close my wife, and get an extra 5,000 to buy this. It's been so hard, so difficult. But guess what? Boom. First day in IC and I get a fucking boom. 5,800 closed and paid in full. Check. And I got the close by watching one video by the man Bronson Pickett about level 3 pain. Using that insight, I asked even deeper questions to the mom and the dad I was speaking with. It was an intense conversation, and reflecting back on it, I can't believe the questions I asked. It is an incredible feeling. Holy moly guacamole. This is gonna be lit. Haha, can you tell I'm excited to be here? Love this family. Let's go. I appreciate the new knowledge and being able to help this family and myself go to the new level.
It is lit. It is lit. Boom, triple boom.
All right, Rachel Myers closed on 3 children nutrition programs, 15% take home of $2,500. This is very exciting. I'm very grateful for my IC brothers and sisters for keeping me encouraged and hyped. Thank you to Dan Locke, Desmond, Tina, and the entire Dan Locke team for your professional guidance on closing and making a difference in the lives of our clients. Hashtag grateful.
I love this one.
Andre.
Go ahead, Deacon.
Frank's Boom reports, hello HTC Inner Circle. Today I had the pleasure of meeting with Adam Nasser in the Hyatt Park in Vienna. We had a great time and shared many ideas. Very inspiring. Big shout out to Adam Nasser for being an amazingly brave and wonderful person. Adam pointed out to me that I should celebrate my booms more, so I proudly want to celebrate with you some booms. September, I closed 2 10,500 euro packages. October, closed 1 15,500 euro package. 4 5,000 euro packages. 2 2,500 euro packages. The first week of November, so far, 1 15,500 euro packages and 2 100,000 euro packages upsell. Boom, boom, boom.
Powerful. I love the 100K. This is awesome. So that's B2C. B2C. So we have 2 tracks. How many tracks? 2 tracks. So within a circle, we also have the B2B track, which is the same setup, different modules, different systems, yellow belt, orange belt, green belt, and blue belt. Now, the question is, well, Sifu, do I have to choose either one? Is that your question, right? Is that what you're thinking? Well, Sifu, do I have to choose B2C? Can I start with that first, or B2B, right? You will have access to both. You will have access to both within Inner Circle. So you could choose. So maybe if for those who have business experience, you have worked in the corporate world, or you're a business owner yourself, you could focus on B2B. You want to start off with that. But what Sifu recommend you actually learn both, because by being a better B2C closer, it will make you a better B2B closer. And by being a good B2B closer, it would make you a better B2C closer. Does that make sense? We want it to be for you to be well-rounded, because in order for you to lead at the HTM level, we need you to be able to help, because otherwise you will have closers on the team in the future asking you certain questions. You want to be able to tell them, hey, you know what? I did this and this and this. There's nothing that they could ask you that you don't know how to answer. Does that make sense? This is why it's going to take some time. This is black belt, right? And by the way, by the end of you finish all the modules in 3 years, you are earning a black belt. See if it's going to send one to you, gift one to you, a physical HTC black belt. You're going to get that in the mail. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. And every level within Inner Circle, yellow belt, orange belt, does that mean that you finish, let's say you watch all the videos, does that mean you automatically graduate to orange belt? No. No. There are requirements. How many hours of role play you must meet. There's certain tests you got to go through, just like a dojo, to earn the next. So it's 3 months. If you follow through and do the assignments and you do all the role play, all the hours, right, you will graduate to the next step. I don't want you to be a orange belt until you're ready. But if you follow it, just like what within HTC, you're going to earn it. And boom, within 1 or 3 months, you're going to get to orange belt and then green belt and blue belts and so forth. Does that make sense? There's accountability. There's structure. You never just kind of leave it on your own. No. No. The entire team is here to help you. See, he is here to help you. And they're just some of these things. Boom, Kala. I love this one. It's a great story from Kala.
I didn't find HTC. HTC found me. How many of you can relate to this? Flashback to 1 year ago, almost exactly to the day. I was a single mom, working full-time, and had just opened my private practice. I only had 2 clients, one of whom was a textbook client from hell. I was struggling financially and unhappy in my job. I dreamed of working in my practice a couple days a week, building my dream clients, and maybe even finding something else to do to earn income on the side. Then one day on my commute to work, I heard Dan Lok, this Dan Lok guy, come onto my podcast. I listened to I listened to Daily as a guest speaker. I was intrigued. They offered a free masterclass, so I watched it later that evening. And before it was even over, I scraped together just enough to make the first payment and joined. I knew the moment I entered the community that this was exactly where I needed to be to turn things around. I had no idea just how much I would learn and grow over the next 12 months, but I was truly committed. I attended every live class. I completed every homework assignment, some even twice. I role played. I took the feedback with humility and grace and implemented. I gave back to the community. I took every opportunity for additional and continued learning, coaching, and mentorship that I could find. I had to put in the time after work and after clients and after kids. So I woke up early. I went to bed late. I worked on the weekends while my friends and family were relaxing. Flash forward to today. HTC helped me to completely shift my mindset and learn the skills I needed for my private practice consult calls. It gave me the edge I needed to track and close my ideal clients and disqualify the rest. I work in my practice 2 days a week and close deals the rest. I currently have 8 clients on the caseload weekly and literally just closed another one as I'm writing this post. All private pay and all ideal clients, even in a small community with a saturated market. No more clients from hell. In addition to that, I was able to sharpen my closing skills, and I've been working with the business development, the B2B team for a few months. I've built relationships with business owners, gotten booms, and have been challenged and grown in ways I never thought possible. What's more, I've built a network of incredible, high-performance people around me, and I've been given opportunities to lead others, coach, and mentor them to greater success, so that I can give back to the community who has helped me become the best version of myself. Thank you, Seafood Danlock, Desmond, Rich G, Ken Lewis, Chris De La Pena, Adam Nasser, and all the incredible HTC brothers and sisters who have helped me to grow into the person I am today, who push me to become an even better version of myself every even tomorrow, and who have allowed me to achieve levels of performance and success I never even knew I was capable of.
Could you
If
see?
we-
Could you see? Colin has to make some sacrifices, to put in the time. Woke up early, went to bed late, but also given the opportunity to grow, to lead, to mentor others in the B2B.
And I must say, Carla is probably the number one SDR. That is the breacher, the outbound in the entire, the B2B team. The B2B team works really well. And, we're merging with all the teams together now.
Yes.
She built all the training as well too. So single mom with 5-month-old baby.
So I guess it only works for single
moms,
parent.
again.
That's it, man. 14 years old single parent. That's the formula.
Clues. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. You're married. That's no way. Doesn't work.
No way. Yeah.
Brandon.
All right, Brandon C. Another 15K. Boom. I closed 2 decision makers for a company that was a 5,000 company and a 500 fastest growing companies for 2 years. The stuff you see on magazines. Not too shabby, eh? I'd like to share with you my top takeaways from this boom, also closing B2B digital marketing, webinar services specifically. Number 1, just have a casual but confident conversation. Entrepreneurs and business owners at this level, especially for webinars, have closed before and have a solid understanding of closing. So they will know exactly what you're talking about if you use a lot of obvious techniques. Example, hard agenda. I just say, what can I do for you? And let my tone indicate the agenda and flow from there. In this call, the CEO just led with introducing his problems while casually eating, and I just flowed with it. He has already sub-communicated the agenda and dove straight into business. If I paused set an agenda, that would have fucked it up. Number 2, focus on the big picture by understanding the 3 critical events in your niche. Learn from Sifu, who learned from Alan Jacks about 3 critical events. If you strip away all the fancy schmancy, everything has 3 critical events. This helps you keep it simple and always have an idea on where you are at. Example, in closing, where they are, where they want to be, the between. In life, birth, living, and death. In my niche, target audience, traffic strategy, conversion mechanism, webinar. This is especially crucial if you have an emerald/sapphire prospects. In my call, this helped me navigate and have a clarity on CEO's complex business model and problems. By knowing which event I am in, I was able to lead the conversation and ask intelligent questions that drove the conversation forward. If you feel like you've lost, quickly ask them, which event am I in? Number 3, patience and understanding. This call was an hour and a half long. My brain was fried afterwards. Lol. Patience and understanding comes from when you know your niche and industry, which also ties into 3 critical events. You have to know key terms in order to show that you actually understand their business. For me, it would be like, how exactly are you driving traffic to blank? Are they cold traffic? How big's your list? What's your conversion? Etc. Also, good influencer questions because it's all marketing. Let them know verbally, like Sifu taught, that you're taking notes. So those are my 3 top takeaways from this boom. Keep rocking it, IC.
Could you see how when you're talking to business owner, you need to understand certain business terms, business language? You want to be sophisticated. You don't want to come across as someone who's inexperienced, right? Who's an amateur. You want to communicate to them that, hey, you get me as a business owner, right? That's the business acumen that's just going to teach you within Inner Circle. So year 1, B2C, B2B track, 2 tracks. See, for what happens after the first year? Second year, we go into the purple, brown, red, and white belt with yellow stripe. That's year 2. More advanced, way more advanced, because now you've been with me for a year now. That's the second year. And third year, we continue to build on what you built for the first and second year to get your black belt. To get your black belt. Who wants a black belt? Who could see yourself wearing a black belt? Wouldn't that be the ultimate wealth trigger? And I use the belt system because I truly believe that's something that you earn. And you know when you have put on that belt, you've earned it. That is true financial confidence. No one could take that away from you. No one could take that away from you. So CFU has created so many six-figure earners and now even seven-figure earners. CFU wants to help you. But I could only help people help themselves. You can see so many closers in black. So many closers we've created. Success story after success story after success story after success story. That's just privilege number one. We have a few more things to go through. Who wants more? Who wants more? We're just getting started. Privilege number two. You also, as Inner Circle member, you'll get a weekly mastermind hosted by top XTC closers. Closers who are kicking ass and taking names and closing sales. Every single week, they jump on a mastermind with you. Get proven strategies from closers in the trenches right now, what is working for them. What's working for them. So you get a weekly mastermind, not just from CFU, but from them. Because sometimes could you learn more from your brothers and sisters, your peers, right? What they're doing, because what they're going through. And you see, Eva?
Eva, thank you for the amazing mastermind last night. My takeaways. Number one, pain and failure are pillars to the success. Number two, you can control your emotions. It's important for me to know that I can control my emotions. One of the lie and excuses were always now goes something wrong. I feel bad, so I cannot work 100%. In my head, I had the no excuses, but in my head, I felt less power in such moments. Now I decided that it will be no obstacle anymore. I have the control over my emotions. I'm looking forward to the next part this night. Who comes also in this class tonight? See you there.
Now, can you see, so beyond the weekly B2C, B2B, the two tracks that we have the weekly mastermind. So then you get your questions answered. You see, what's it like working in the trenches? What are some of the things, the do's and don'ts? Is this helpful? Can you see how this is a structure? In fact, it is a structure that is designed to give you credibility, to give you accountability, to give you the confidence. We leave no stones unturned. See, who wants to put you in a position that you're incapable of failing. Absolutely incapable of failing. The only way you'll fail is you don't try. You don't apply yourself. Privilege number three, you'll also be able to submit your closing call. And we have our leaders, we'll pick the different closing call, and they actually do a critique on what you could improve. We'll pick the best one, and we'll share that within a Facebook group, and you will see. Would that be powerful? Be able to listen in also your brothers and sisters closing call, what we can improve. Now you're getting feedback from the leaders. So then you know, well, am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? Can I improve my tonality, right? Can I improve my pace? So we'll be able to submit that, and we'll pick the best call that we know would be beneficial to the most closers, and we'll pick those. Feedback. How many of you know that CFU charges $10,000 per hour for my time? So not only you're getting the weekly mastermind, you're getting the B2C, B2B track, the curriculum every single week. You can submit the call to get critiques. Also, once a month, you also get Dinner with Sifu through Facebook Live. So every single month, Sifu would jump on Facebook.
Yep. And don't
And
worry
you
about the
should.
homeless guy that's on the right side, right? The guy that doesn't
Oh
have the hat.
no,
That's
Desmond,
right.
you're throwing some heat.
Some heat, some heat. Now, so the Facebook Live is it's usually about hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours long, right?
Some of the
That's
best questions, yes,
some of
right?
the best. This is where you get direct coaching from Sifu. You ask a question, we answer it,
Yeah.
and we
You
share some
give
of the
some of the
most
deep stuff.
deep, and it's gonna be. You can see Sifu is very casual. We're having a plate of sushi. We turn on the Facebook Live, and this is not going to be super polished. It's kind of raw,
Very raw.
kind of uncensored, kind of everything goes. Okay, it's going to be like that. Okay, so every single month we will be doing a exclusive Facebook Live for Inner Circle members. You can ask any questions directly, and we'll give you the solution coaching you need. It is for Inner Circle members only. How many of you recognize this alone? It's invaluable. Just this, put aside everything else. Just this privilege alone. Privilege number 5, you will get exclusive access to the High Ticket Closer Inner Circle Facebook group. And we share a lot of the Facebook Live is going to be posted there. You can be able to rewatch it. You can also watch it live, obviously. So we have a separate Inner Circle Facebook group. And it's a very different vibe, just so you know. You see the doers within a Facebook group. You see less motivational posts. You see action, boom, steps, high-level questions, business acumen, overcoming issues. Well, because it's in a circle. B2B, B2C, high performance. It separates the men from the woman, the men from the boys, women from the girls. It's for doers, not for talkers. Because this is a place where we forge the 6-figure closers, a better version of yourself. We're not done yet. Who wants more? Could you see the value in Inner Circle? Is this something that you want? Maybe. Privilege number 6. You'll also get all the future updates to HTC programs, which is $10,000 a year in value. So you could see, you wonder, how come we have other HTC brothers and sisters participating? Because they're Inner Circle members. As long as you're an active Inner Circle member, you'll always have the latest edition of HTC. That includes any updates and new bonuses. And how many times Sifu has updated it? Ask them. Is HTC very different today from 6 months ago? So you'll be able to participate. You always get the latest update as Inner Circle. Is that powerful? Is that useful? And more than that, how many of you now you've gone through 7 weeks and it's been life-changing for you, and you might know a couple people that you would like to introduce them to HTC. You have some maybe colleagues and friends and family that, you know what, those are the people that they would benefit from HTC. So if you want to, still believes, instead of me just paying advertising and running ads, and we do all of that, I always believe rewarding my students who refer people to us. So privilege number 7, as an Inner Circle member, you'll also be able to participate in the HTC affiliate program. Here's what it means. It means that you will get to make 20% every single time you refer someone to the HTC certification program. If you want them to go through what you've gone through. If you want to this is, by the way, this is beyond, this is like a side income. This is where, not even including the main thing, the core thing that you do closing. This is just You make a couple referrals, you make 20% every single time you refer someone to HTC. How many of you could see yourself earning some pretty good commission with this, just this benefit alone? Little side income, right? Little vacation money. And we have so many success stories. I'm not going to spend too much time. I'm just going to go through. And this is the fastest $500 I've made in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. $500. Here's another one. Simon. Boom. From affiliate. Emma. $2,694 just from affiliate alone. Not bad. Not bad. We've paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars in affiliate commission to Inner Circle members. See if he wants to pay you. Instead of paying Facebook, why not pay you? What's better than someone that you believe they would truly benefit from HTC than you introduce them to our community, our family? I believe I would rather pay you, right? And this is exclusive for Inner Circle only. That's another privilege of being an Inner Circle member. Privilege number 8. This is big. This is what? This is big. How many of you were impressed at all in all how Desmond closes deals? What if you have candidate, business owner, entrepreneur, you believe is a good fit. You want to refer them to the closing team. You may not want to close for them, but you know they would benefit from a closing team and they are a good fit. What if you could refer them to Desmond? And remember, we always qualify them and you're able to earn 40% referral fee without even doing the work. Simply by making introduction. Now, we're not going to spam. Yes, we're not going to spam business owner. We're not going to do that. Only if you have a prior relationship, you have already established the relationship. First, you introduce the
way I always say to the closers is this: if you are confident that if I was to get on a call with them, or any of the B2B members get on a call with them, and we ask the influencer or the business owner, how long have you known such and such, or how well do you know such and such?
Yes.
How do you think they're going to respond? If they're going to respond and say, oh yeah, I already know this person, he's been giving me value, has been great, okay, fair enough. But if they say,
you got to set it up, right? You got to set it up properly.
Yeah, you want to earn it, you got to set it up properly.
Yeah, you got to edify Desmond and a closing team, which I believe you know how to do, but you got to do those. But then Desmond would get on the phone, he would close for you and give you 40% of referral fee. What it means is this. See, the upfront fee for any business account could be anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000. Depends on how many closers they need, how big of a team they need, right? The company needs. So let's say it's $10,000. When you refer a potential account of the upfront fee, you earn $4,000 without even doing the work. Desmond will do the closing for you. Who likes that idea? Because see, he's got the structure set up. So you can not only earn money through affiliate, that you know someone that could refer to HTC, you can also earn money in a circle with the refer business account. This is all additional income beyond than your main source of closing income. Does that make sense? Can you see there are multiple ways you can learn? You can learn and multiple ways you can earn. So Inner Circle, how many of you agree that Inner Circle is easily worth over $100,000 a year? Real value. No exaggeration. Every single privilege that you get. An investment is not $100,000. It's not even $75,000. It's not $50,000. It's not $25,000. It's not even $10,000, which is 1 hour of Sifu's consulting rate. When you are accepted into the Inner Circle, your investments only $32.50, a one-time initiation fee that includes your first month of membership, and then $250 a month. And yes, you have to go through an application process. So this is how you apply. www.fumoney.com/inner circle. www.fumoney.com/inner circle. When you apply, you will book a time with Sifu's team. And if you book the time, you don't show up for the call, that's it. We don't do second chances. We're not going to chase you. Because if Sifu wants to chase you for you to become inner circle, then I'm going to chase you to become a closer, to learn B2B, to learn B2C, to lead. We're not going to do that. How you do anything is how you do everything. Make sense? So can we agree? Sifu's not going to chase you. You book a time, you showed up. Otherwise, don't book. It's okay. And I see it is an investment in yourself. Could you see if you even implement even a fraction of what Sifu teaches, it easily pays for itself 10 times or more. Remember, now thinking about the iceberg, when Sifu says it's 1% of what I know, there's no exaggeration. Inner circle, everything that we're providing to you, the tools, the systems, the accountability. And there's more to it. I haven't even gone through everything yet. There's more to it. And Sifu is looking particularly, this is a big shout out, we need more Wonder Woman closers within our community. We need more female closers, 1,000%. We are lacking. We need more leaders. We need more closers. So you can see Carla, wonderful, wonderful. Danny Lynn, like we need more. So this is like a shout out, right? We have so many, because there's such a blue ocean out there. There's so many businesses, so many, and there's some product and services, really. They are targeting, they're serving the female market, woman. We need female closers to close those deals. Strong Wonder Woman closers. Okay. So many opportunities. By the way, what if Sifu, how many of you want to close for Sifu or you want to join the business team? Can I see in the chat? If that's your goal. And you don't have to. I mean, you could totally learn it on your, like, apply for it in your own way. I'm just curious. Okay. For those who do, to be even consider for business account or closing for Sifu, IC is the minimum requirement. It is the minimum requirement. Why? Because I know to close for me, for Sifu's company, you need to be well trained. Yes? I need you to be at the best that you could be to represent, well, you're representing Sifu, but also representing the family, right? And I know IC is the very minimum. Like that's the minimum requirement. And then see your skills, how you do, and your business acumen. But that's just the ticket to entry. Make sense? Now, does that mean if you're in IC automatically, you'll be joining Sifu's team? No. That's not what Sifu is promising you. But if you perform, and we will see it, by the way, we always see it. And we will I want nothing more than to invite you to join a team if you're good. So get good. Get good. If that's your goal, I'd love to have you, but you got to get good. Again, www.fumoney.com/inner circle. Thank you. Thank you for posting the link. So let's circle back. Remember the 4 voices, what's going through your head right now. Now, regardless, Sifu's going to give you a very powerful lesson right here. This would be a huge takeaway for some. It would be a shocking for some. You ready? So as you hear the inner circle, as you hear this amazing opportunities, a very unique privilege to be part of something greater than yourself. Maybe the coward lower self is saying to you, well, I can't afford it, you know. See if I want to jump, I can't afford it. Is that your higher self or is that your lower self? What is a more empowering question to ask? Is how could I afford it? How could I make it make me money? How could I make it make me money? And here is something that is very, very true, but it's some tough love. Can I still give you just a little bit of tough love? Is that okay? Kind of a wake-up call for you, okay? Regardless you're in IC or not, it doesn't really matter. I want you to think about it. If the coward lower self is saying, I can't afford it. If you can't afford it, you better join. Because you never, ever, ever have any income problem. You always have a skill problem. If you can't afford it, you better join. Because think about it. If divide $250 in 30 days, we're talking $8.33 a day. If $8.33 and less than minimum wage for a lot of people is a stretch for you financially, then when is it time to change that? And do you really want to continue to live this way? That you can't even afford $8.33 a day? Think about it. Wouldn't it be nice to get to a position where $80, $800 a day doesn't even phase you? It's nothing. Make sense? Just think about it. Isn't it sad? We need to change it. You need to change it. The skeptic may be saying, well, I don't know. See, I don't know if IC will work for me. I don't know if I could devote the time. I'm busy. I don't know if this is really for me. Could the skeptic say that? Yeah. Maybe that's what the skeptic is saying now. It's going through your mind, an internal dialogue. Is this coming from your higher self or lower self? Is that the truth? You are not afraid that IC will not work. You're afraid that IC will work. Because it means a different life. It means you're going to change. It means maybe you're not going to hang out with some of the family and friends anymore. You know your life is going to be different, and that scares the hell out of you. You know your life will never be the same in IC with everything that the community, the systems that we have put in place. You're going to get that belt. A high self would say, this is not a maybe. This is a must for me. I will not let myself fall back to mediocrity. I am a high ticket closer. That's what a high self would say. That's what a high self would shut the lower self up. A rebel. I don't need inner circle yet. I've learned a lot about closing already. I'm already overwhelmed. I'll digest this on my own for a while first. Would it be possible the rebel is saying that? I'm overwhelmed. I need to digest this on my own for a while first. Is that the truth? Is that coming from your higher self? What is the truth? Where's the truth? Fear of change. Higher self would say, how could I ensure my own success by giving myself the best resources, the best support, and the right accountability system? How can I put myself in a position that I'm incapable of failing? That's what a higher self would say. A higher self wouldn't trust yourself. You would believe in yourself, but you would get every damn tool, the best support, everything you've got to ensure your success. You don't want to leave it to chance. You don't want to leave it to maybe. You don't want to leave it to, oh yeah, I know, I'll see what happens. And here's the most destructive, or we have one more, right? Who is the most dangerous one? Oh, this is going to be a big one. That's right, a spy. The spy saying to you, well, I apply what I learned from XTC first, and I'll make some money first, then I'll join XTCIC. Sounds perfectly logical. Perfectly logical. Very rational, in fact, right? I'm overwhelmed. I'll apply what I learned first, and then I'll come back. What is the truth? You know, deep down, what is the truth? You won't come back. You won't come back. The truth is, what you're really saying deep down, I don't think I will make it. I don't believe I would close enough sales to cover the $8.33 a day. What you're really saying is, I don't really believe in myself. I don't know if I can make it. That's the truth. Because if let's say hypothetically, 6 months, 12 months from now, you're making 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10,000 a month. Do you care about the 250? Do you care about $8.33 a day? No. Wouldn't give you a thought. So then you say that I'm going to apply what I learned from XTC and make some money first, and then you would apply for XTCIC. It's not true. Because you don't believe you'll make it. And guess what? You don't believe you'll make it, you won't make it. Because you've already, in your mind, have made a decision. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because if you know you're going to make it, let's say you know 1,000% in your soul you're going to make it, why wouldn't you get all the help that you want? Why don't you get all the help that you need? Why would you not put yourself in a position of incapable failing? Why wouldn't you get all the accountability, all the systems, all the support, all the curriculum that you need, all the coaching that you need to ensure your success, if you think about it? The high self would say, who do I need to become so I will win the 6-figure closer award at CIB? That's a higher self question. Could you see the difference between all the 4 voices and the higher self question? One is very destructive, disempowering. Another one is full possibility, empowering, motivating. That's the difference. Action drives our thoughts. Action drives our thoughts. So those are the 4 voices. It's right. I just taught you, and it's right here, right now. Sounds logical. So for XTC members who are accepted into IC, who bitch slap the lower self and apply, she's got some amazing gifts I want to give you. Some amazing, amazing, amazing gifts I want to give you. One of the skills that Steve has developed. It is the ability, not just closing on the phone, but the ability to close in a group setting. I call that platform closing. So not just one-on-one, but in a group. Do you think when you are a leader that you will have opportunities to lead, to speak, to present, to influence, to persuade in front of a group of people? So one of the bonuses, amazing gift that Sifu's going to give you, is Sifu's platform closing secrets, which currently selling at the Denlock shop for $9,995, a 10K bonus as Inner Circle. Sifu is going to give you this gift. So to help you become a better leader, to equip you, even though you're not closing right now in front of a group, but it would equip you with the proper presentation skill. How many would love, maybe not speak at Sifu's level, but be able to become a better speaker, a better public speaker, a better presenter? Within the platform closing secrets, Sifu has shared some of the most advanced strategies, techniques when it comes to presenting on the stage. Just this alone pays for your Inner Circle membership. Just this one gift alone at $10,000 worth of value. You're already getting a good return. You're already getting a phenomenal return. Day one. Who wants this gift? And remember, at one of the levels, we talk about the ultra high ticket closer, B2B outbound, right? And this is brand new. Bonus number 2, you will be getting the 6-week ultra high ticket closer system, which will be offered to the public for $4,995 value. That's already at the level 5 on B2B, lead generation, B2B closing. You're going to get that with the Inner Circle. Could you see in Inner Circle, Sifu's got you all covered. We've got I've thought of every single tool, every single thing that you need beyond and anything that you need. Does that mean you got to go through everything? No, you could cafeteria this. Now, do you follow the B2C, the B2B? Because that's the basic. You need that. And when you are ready, you could take advantage of this. You do not need to invest additional money. It includes within Inner Circle. And it's so, so powerful. It is so powerful. How many would love just to see how to close the $100,000, $200,000 deal? How that is done, right? Big deal. It's fun. It's so much fun. So ultra high ticket closer. Another question, who is going to be going to CIB? Oh, by the way, if you are platinum, you're already getting this as part of your platinum member anyway. So as a platinum, you'll be getting this. But with the rest of the benefits, rest of the privileges, yes, Inner Circle. Inner Circle. So who's going to be CIB? Yes. So as Inner Circle, because Sifu wants to remove any reason, any excuse that you may not make it to CIB with the CIB effect. I know how profound it is. Sifu's going to help you out. As Inner Circle, you're going to get a $500 instant savings for CIB ticket. Sifu's going to chip in. You know, you can use it towards your hotel, towards your flight. I want you here. I want you to meet your brothers and sisters. So for HTC, it's $997. For Inner Circle, it's only $497. So you can also maybe talk with your Inner Circle brothers and sisters I would recommend you want to stay a few extra days to kind of to hang out and mingle with them and connect with them. I would recommend that. Vancouver, it is a beautiful, beautiful city. So now who is going to be at CIB? Absolutely certain you're going to be there. That's right. That's right. It is. You could not imagine the energy. Can you imagine you'll be there? You will be there. You're gonna have a great time. You are going to have a great time. We're all gonna have a great time. CIB effect. And when you're committed, you will win the award. 6-figure, 7-figure. And for some, not overnight, within a few years, you just might. The best of the best just might win the 8-figured closer award. That's when you have earned over $10 million as a high ticket closer, which is decorated with Swarovski stones. It is an amazing award. It is the ultimate representation of who you've grown into. So start off, set a goal to be 6-figure, then aim to be the best leader that you could be, to hit a 7-figure. And when you master all those skill sets, you can scale companies. That's when you get here. That's when you get here. So the question is, will you be the one who walks across the stage and accepts an award from Sifu? If so, one more time, apply at fumoney.com/inner circle. The question is, if it's not you, then who? If it's not now, then when? Try to figure things out on your own. I'll try HTC first, then I'll make some money, I'll come back. No. One thing I've learned is, in life, action takers are money makers. But Sifu's not gonna push. I'm just present everything that's in there, that's in the circle, all the support, all the coaching, all the guidance, it's all there. I've opened the doors for you. Walking through it or not, that's up to you. So let's go through the weekly assignments. Just because we're graduating doesn't mean we don't have assignments. We do have assignments. And amazingly, we are going to wrap it up, I think, just in time. A 6-hour class. Powerful, powerful. Step 1. Just because you graduate, does that mean you don't need to keep learning? Does that mean you don't need to scratch that CD? Does that mean you don't need to do the creed anymore? Does that mean, no, I know enough? Is that coming from your higher self, or is it coming from the lower self? So continue to immerse yourself into Sifu's teaching. Minimum, keep up the habit. 10 videos a day, 10 videos a day. Don't think about it, 10 videos a day. Immerse yourself. Number 2, program your mind for wealth. Don't forget the attitude of gratitude, a lifetime of negative poverty programming. It takes some time to reverse that. It takes some time. So when you feel like, keep in mind, when you feel like you don't need to do it, guess what? That's the spy. That's the spy. Just don't think about it. Just keep doing it. It doesn't cost you anything. See if it's giving you all the tools. Do it. But you need to invest a little bit of time. That's that's time for yourself, for your soul, for your mindset. Give yourself that time. Don't believe in the excuse. Oh, I don't have time, Sifu, I'm busy. You have the time. Anybody can do 30 minutes a day. Can you do 30 minutes a day? Anybody can do 30 minutes a day, right? And then if you're doing other things, just have the, if you can't watch, just have the video, even the YouTube video playing in the background. So you listen to the lesson. When you're driving, just have the lesson. You don't need to watch it. Just play in the background. You will learn it. Immersion is the only way to reverse all the negative effect. And you will be getting your certificate. Now, keep in mind, make sure if you haven't done so, if for those of you who have done so, great. If you haven't done so, submit your correct address for the certificate, the full name you want on the XTC certificate. Who wants a certificate? Now, if you put in the wrong name, Sifu can't help you. You got to put in the exact name that you want on the certificate, the full mailing address with zip code, right? If you have done so, great, right? And certificate will be sent out usually within 2 months, expected, but depends on where you live, right? Because each certificate is custom tailored for you with your name on it. This is with, even the creed has your name on it. So we're going to take a little bit of time to do it right. And you've seen it, your brothers and sisters. So be patient. Can you be patient? Can we agree? It's going to take a little bit of time to do it right, right? So don't chase support. Oh, see if I haven't got my certificate in a week. Yes, we know, right? We want to get it right. And you'll see them, right? You get a certificate. If you have submitted your story, your video testimonial, Sifu will also send you an exclusive high ticket closer t-shirt, not for sale anywhere else, only when you submit the video testimonial, if you have done that. Who is getting a t-shirt? Let's see in the chat. Nice, very nice. It's a beautiful t-shirt. The new version, yeah, they're expensive, but they're nice. They're nice. Wouldn't it be nice when you're closing, wear that shirt? Closing sales. Number 4, step 4. Continue to role play with each other. Okay, now we graduated. I guess we don't need to role play anymore. Right? It's okay. We got it. Or do we need to commit at least an hour a day? Role playing, perfecting your skill. It's not a routine, it's rubbish. Block out the time. I don't even care if 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there, morning, evening, afternoon, doesn't matter. That consistency, Sifu has created a platform for you, but I cannot do it for you. You got to do the push-up. I've taught you how to do the push-up. I've taught you what it takes. I just need you to do the push-up. That's all I'm asking. It's here. The community is here. The system's here. The platform is here. Just commit to 1 hour a day. A role play a day keeps poverty away. Before you know it, imagine do 1 role play a day. That's 365 role plays a year. Do you think if you do 365 role plays a year compared to someone who's done 2, 3, or 5, or 10, how much better you would be? That daily consistency, it adds up. Can you see that? That's 365 hours of training. My goodness. Think about martial art. If someone trains 365 hours a year, 1 hour a day, how good that person would get versus someone, they train 1 hour per week, right? You would have a huge advantage, right? And if you're serious about joining Sifu's team, inner circle, that's like bare minimum. I would not accept anything less than that. By the way, in order to move up to the belt anyway, you need to meet certain requirements in terms of how many hours role play that you do. So he was going to give you a checklist. You can't just watch the training and not do role play. You're not going to get to the next level. You will not pass. You will not pass, just so you know. To pass, you got to do it. Okay? Who's going to do it? Good. I want to see that. Step number 5, keep reporting and sharing your progress within the Facebook group. Your access to the XTC Facebook group doesn't end when the program finishes. You get lifetime access to the HTC Facebook group. So we're here. We're here. And now you are a graduate member. Now you are the bigger brother and sister, yes? So make me a promise. Support, motivate, encourage, help the new members. Remember where you came from. At first, a little bit nervous, a little bit overwhelmed, don't know what to do, don't know where to look, right? And the new brothers and sisters coming in, it's the same thing. Now you have gone through it. Support them. Can you do that? Can you do that for Sifu? Just encourage, like, give them a comment, just let them know, hey, we're here. Don't worry, I know it's overwhelming, and especially when they're doing role play, it's you'll see yourself in them. You'll see, oh, they're going through some lower self issues, right? Oh, it's so overwhelming. And then you're like, now you're the bigger brother and sister. Hey, you know what? Don't worry. I've been there, done that. Just trust the process, right? It's just, and you'll laugh because the first week you see, oh my God, when am I gonna get the script? Give me the script. You're like, don't worry about the script. Trust me, it's the last thing you need, right? Don't worry about it, right? And they'll be like, you see all these things that we're living through it again, right? Right. See, we've seen it so many times, so it's kind of funny to watch, right? And then I have to assure them, don't just trust the process. Do this and do this and do, and you see the money game. They play the money game that just you played, and they're being so creative. So support them, right? Support them, please. And that's what makes our family so special. It's that supportive environment. The outside world it's cold, it's cruel, it's not nice. HTC, it is a safe place for all of us, that we could be ourselves, we could share, that we could support each other and just help each other, right? Just be helpful, right? And it's always good to give back, right? And for some, you'll be leading. See who wants to share the spotlight with you. For some, once I develop the group of leaders, you will be leading the whole new generation of closers. HTC is no longer about Sifu, it's about us. I want to create hundreds of leaders so that you can lead, move the organization forward. It's not about me. I'm just facilitating, right? I'm igniting that fire. Once we have hundreds of thousands of closers around the world, it's not even 100 leaders, it's hundreds of leaders. We need hundreds of leaders to support all the opportunities that we have. And that's how we really dominate the industry. Can you see that? And if you want to be part of that, I would love to have you. But I'm just equally as happy if you take what I learned, you go out there, apply in your own business, you want to develop your own thing, I'm just equally happy. You want to be part of what we do, great. You want to apply what you do and do in your own way, I'm happy to see that as well. Either way, because it's still, I can see that it's my teaching that's making a difference, right? Bonus class, we will announce the attendance rate after each class within 24 hours in the HTC Facebook group. And he's a powerful, kind of like a poetry I want to share with you, philosophy. Don't be reactive. Don't worry about what the prospect will do. All responses should happen out of feeling, not thinking. It is not a matter of remembering techniques. Don't worry about others. That's fear. Reasons to motivate don't last. Simply do what you enjoy, and you will naturally practice a lot and get good. And then closing is just a natural byproduct. That's the difference. That's the true difference between activity versus a path. And congratulations, you are now a high ticket closer. Congratulations. Let's give yourself a round of applause. You deserve it. You've worked very, very, very hard in the last 7 weeks. It's been incredible. Make some noise. That's right. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's right. Thank you. Some
Oh,
music.
beat me to it.
That's right.
Well done. You've made it. Congratulations. You are now high ticket players.
That's right. Good job. Good job. He was very, very proud of you. Because any last parting word for the new season? And also
This
Desmond
has
as well.
been such an amazing journey. Don't take your foot off the gas. You've made it this far. Imagine what it would look like 3 months, 6 months, a year from now if you keep your foot on the gas. Never stop. Keep moving forward.
Well, Season, congratulations. As we started this journey 7 weeks ago, so many of you came in as very different individuals, all different walks of life, all different challenges and lower selves. I can definitely speak on behalf of Sifu, Dan Lok, and the entire team. We are very proud of each and every one of you, those who have participated, given your all out, those of you who have come out of your comfort zone, those of you who have implemented, and those of you who continue to strive to be a better version of yourself. Never forget these 7 weeks. You can always go back. You can always look at what you've gone through. Take a look at your notes. Highly encourage you to do that. But more so, we encourage you to continue the journey. We continue to be together, hold each other accountable. We are there for you. We can't do it for you, but we can do it with you. And so with that, I would just like to say, whether you're with us or you're not with us in the next coming weeks, we certainly wish you the very best in everything that you've ever done. We look forward to hearing your success stories. I know that Sifu reads every single one's post. Even when years have gone by, months have gone by, someone posts a success, he always reads it and it really touches him in the heart. And for those of you who decide to continue the journey, get ready because it's going to get more exciting. There is so much more. We're happy to have you on board. We're here to challenge you, to take you to the next level. Let's all make some money together. Let's change our lives and have a better future. Congratulations.
And Sifu wants to one more time read the HTC Close-Up Read with you. And if you want to, I will be honored if you could join me together to read the creed together before we close the class. And Sifu wants to do a little bit differently. I'm not going to do the version that you've listened to many, many times. I'm going to do a much more calmer, a softer version of it. Because I want to, through the creed, really communicate my appreciation, my emotion with you. High Ticket Closer Creed. I'm able to blaze through every door of opportunity, and I play with resistance. I'm committed to my results, and I make no excuses. I take massive action, and every moment of every single day, I do whatever it takes to move me towards my dreams. I have the power to build what I want, the courage to create what I dream, and the tenacity to have whatever I please. I have the capacity to ask the right questions and the ability to listen with intent. I strive for excellence, yet I'm not attached. I'm a role model to many and a champion for all. I think in abundance, not scarcity. I close with conviction and absolute certainty. I have the confidence of a winner and the clarity of a doer. I feel the fear, but I do it anyway. I have the power to channel my ambition and a fortitude to achieve my goals. I take responsibility for my own journey, and I'm willing to take risk for my destination. Every call I make, I start with a high level of positive expectation for success. I know that right now, my family and friends are protected and more prosperous because of my ability to close. I'm constantly investing in myself to build the foundation that discovers the best version of who I am and who I want to become. My time and money and reputation are my most valued assets, and I invest these assets for the right clients with the right services to deliver the right results. I'm like the spirit of water, born to flow and be free. And my name is, and I am a high ticket closer. And my name is, and I am a high ticket closer. And my name is, and I am a high ticket closer. It's been an incredible 7 weeks. We spent a lot of time together. It's been an honor to be your mentor, your Sifu, transferring my skill to you, passing down the torch. And it's been a privilege to do this, and I'm grateful. And always remember that if you don't believe in yourself, just borrow my belief. I very much I appreciate you. I love you. I believe in you. And you are much, much closer than you think.